And I was looking at this mock draft, Corey. I know you sent me one.
Yeah.
But this one is the most recent one. And it says that Bazana of Oregon State will go number 1.
Yes. I've seen that he's a betting favorite in at least one spot.
It says that it's very close, as there's Charlie Condon, who is probably going to go second, they think.
From Georgia.
But is really close. And then there's Weatherholt, who they say could also go number 1, too.
And that's who Kylie McDaniel has going number 1.
Here's the weird part about the MLB draft. I think people have been way more interested. I have, because the Rangers have been picking at the top too many times recently, and obviously they're not this year. Is one, I don't want to take a second baseman with the number 1 overall pick. I would just like to be as clear as day. If I was running the Cleveland Guardians, I'm not taking a second baseman unless you're telling me he is going to bat 300 with 40 home runs. That seems like too much of a landlocked position. I'm going to bring up a situation.
Because you find a shortstop that can move, but a second baseman is a second baseman is a second baseman.
Here's the issue with Justin Foscue. Foscue has struggled to make the major leagues because he doesn't have defensive position flex. And if I take a shortstop or a center fielder, I usually have position flex with that guy.
Yeah.
So I look at Condon as an outfielder and third baseman. I have way more position flex with him. Now, maybe Bazana has more position flex than I know. But a lot of times, I don't want to ever take a second baseman in the first round. Never. Because usually second basemen don't have strong arms.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, second basemen in the major leagues, I would say 50% of second basemen in the major leagues were shortstops in the minor leagues that you've moved to second base. So I don't get this draft taking a second baseman with one of the top 3 picks. This dude better be considered one of the greatest hitting second basemen in the history of baseball. If I'm taking a dude who might be landlocked at a position that I can't move him to short ever, I can't move him to third ever. If I move him in the outfield, I might not be able to move him to right field because he has a weak arm because he's a second baseman. So looking at this mock draft and not knowing a lot about the player, Travis Bazana might be unbelievable, but I can't imagine with a number 1 overall pick taking a second baseman. And then I just want to tell you, a draft can get weird because they have the number 3 overall prospect being the Jock, and I can't say his last name, from Florida. They have him going number 5 overall. They have the number 4 prospect, Weatherholt, going number 7 overall. And this comes down to all of the slotting of the picks and getting guys that will sign for under slot. Now, the thing that I find really interesting in this mock draft is it could play out this way. In the top 10 picks, a high school player does not get picked. And I'm going to tell you something. Without doing the research, I can't tell you if there's ever been a draft where the first 10 picks, there's not one high school player picked.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How much would it take for you to play baseball for the Houston Astros? And what have you been craving? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. Shout-out to us from the 214. You guys are awesome. Also say they'd like to hear more of Mike and Corey ganging up on Kevin. I don't care for that part, but I like the rest of it. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thanks, Bubba. I really appreciate that, man. That's really kind of you.
Man, Reggie made that one person mad.
Why you get so mad about things, dude? Like, all right.
I don't know. Sometimes you can't help it.
So this morning, Sean and RJ and Bobby and Eric Chiafalo and Peyton and Chris Strong's show.
That's too many people.
They were at Glen Heights. Shout out to Glen Heights.
And the mayor came on.
Is that Mayor Sonia Brown? She was awesome, dude. She was awesome. Wearing her Rangers World Series shirt.
Go get Rangers.
Telling Mike no key for him because he's a Jags supporter.
That was pretty funny.
Not as much anymore. I sold the Kaboom. Congratulations to Tyler.
The whole city of Tyler?
No, the kid's
human.
name. I saw a young man's name was Tyler who bought the lot. I think he lives in the north part of our Metroplex.
Plano?
No, more north than that. Plano
Frisco?
has become like just, way up there.
Denton?
Whatever, like a Lovejoy thing or something.
Oh, yeah, that is farther
made
north
up
now.
city names that came about 20 years ago.
Shout out to the city of Allen. Still the cleanest Walmart I've ever been in. Just want to put that out there.
All right.
The question, I did see this question pop up, and the question was, would you take $30,000 now or play a week of Major League Baseball for no pay?
Of course, I will take the $30,000.
And that's not the question.
Oh, okay.
Because this show doesn't just regurgitate other shows' topics, Kevin.
That's true. There's another station for that.
My question for that is, how much would it take you to play for the Astros? Because the Astros are the lowliest team out there. Everybody knows this. They are the worst. They cheated the game of baseball. And they cheated other potential legends out there from having even more legendary careers by being cheating-ass cheats. All right? So,
you're not going to like my answer.
How much would it take for you to play for a cheating-ass team like the Astros?
I would stay with that $30,000 figure, and I would gladly take that.
You would play a week of baseball for the cheating Astros.
You cannot affect change unless you're in the game, Corey. What better way to sabotage than from the inside?
How are you going to sabotage the Astros from the inside? You have 1 week.
I gave this a lot of thought. Every once in a while, man, I probably shouldn't say this on air. Every once in a while, I'll just honk the horn for no reason, like at a stoplight, and then I'll turn around and like pretend like I'm looking for who the person is and honk the horn. Same theory here. I'll bring the trash can lid out and wait until we're batting and just like bang it a little bit and see if I can hide it away, and then like get out of the dugout and be like, was that guy? And like pretend to point at somebody and like, who's doing this?
Here's what the way I see it. I see Kevin, he's dragging the trash can from the clubhouse and he's taking it up the dugout steps, and he goes and gets in the batter's circle, and he's just standing there hitting the trash can in the batter's circle.
To at least one of the players, I can be like, I seen you bang trash worse than this, all right? So, come on.
And the whole time he's doing it, everybody's kind of looking at him like, what is he? He's not actually going to do this. And then they got to hear about it. Okay, I see what you're trying to do.
But also, it's $30,000. Like, that's a lot of freaking money.
And you have to wear an Astros uniform.
After taxes, though.
You have to have pictures. There will be pictures of you in an Astros uniform.
That's fine.
All right.
And I'll sign those
Bruce
cards.
Bochy played for the Astros?
Yeah.
He also won a World Series for the Rangers, so forgiven.
Okay. He also won a World Series for the Giants, and they beat the Rangers.
Forgiven.
Still cool with him?
Forgiven. Mike?
I make that trade.
Yeah, I wouldn't care. If I played for the Astros, that'd be awesome.
How much would it take?
How much would it like to pay me?
He's taking $30,000 to do it for a week.
And it could be less.
I don't know. I'd have to go
Sorry,
to my
Corey.
Let me go to Baseball Reference. I'll type in my name.
Oh, he's gonna see. Are you gonna see how much money you made?
I'm
not
sure.
I'm not.
By the way,
track.
that is
Career
that
earnings?
isn't right, and I'm not on Basketball Reference, so that would really.
Mike Bassick
Like,
on
why am I not
Basketball
coming up? I've been eliminated from this because I'm on Basketball Reference.
It's because you haven't you're retired officially.
So, sir, I'm trying to look at my service time here because I'd want to get to 2 years. I think there's service.
It's
time
1 week.
somewhere on here.
1 week of baseball.
No, well, you're telling me I'll do it for free if I can get to 2 years service time. So then that ups my pension a lot more.
Okay, gotcha.
But,
So it's not. He's not totally playing for free, but on the front.
yeah, I'm
end,
playing for free,
yeah.
but I'm just getting my service time higher.
So from the
I might
806
accidentally run into somebody in the field.
from the 806, give me 100,000 and I'll put Altuve's bat and glove on top of his locker so he can't reach and won't be able to play.
See,
Did you guys know
Reggie's life.
I've been
Look,
alive for
short jokes are so funny.
244
I'm sorry to our short
days?
folks.
what did you
What
just say, Mike?
happened in your
I've
mouth?
been alive for 244 days,
This year or since your last
And-
birthday?
46 years.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Hey.
it keeps track of how many days away you are from your next birthday.
That's cool.
Really not days away, because then you have to do math on how many days there are in a year, and nobody knows that.
All right, Reggie, I'm going to you until Mike figures out his math years.
He's not doing that math.
365.
How much? How much?
Most of the time.
121.
How much would it take for you to don an Astros jersey and play
Vetman.
for a
Your
week?
math's correct.
Veteran minimum.
Me, right? Like
He's
not
from
not
Houston.
if I was a baseball player. It's me right now.
Yes.
Do you know how much I get paid?
Yes.
Give me
Kinda.
that min.
I kind of know.
That'll work.
$40 today.
I mean, not far
I
off.
think it's different.
It's pretty much.
It's pretty much what it is.
So like, hey man, like yeah, you want to give me a professional athlete salary? I'll play for whoever.
Wow.
I'll play for the A's.
You guys.
They-
you know what?
they
I think
can't-
league
they can't
minimum
pay
is
you more than
720,000. So, I mean,
Oh my God!
I'm not now.
How many weeks is that Is that broken down over 52 weeks? Probably not.
no, it's broken down over. I'm going to guess 26 weeks.
All right. So for that week, you would make approximately $27,692.
There you go.
Or as I said, close enough to 30,000.
You couldn't pay me enough. I guess I just must be a bigger Rangers fan than y'all. You
No.
couldn't pay me enough
You also
the-
get paid a lot more than me.
to wear an Astros jersey.
But you're the Nimrod who said you would throw back the Aaron
Damn
Judge
right I would.
baseball for
You're dead-
62.
Because I'm a big fan of the Rangers, not a big fan of Aaron Judge. All right.
Aren't you a big
You get
fan
a
of
home run
money?
ball, you throw it back if it's the opponent. That's the way it should be, and it always has been. You never,
Mike, you hear what
never
that
pay
is?
me enough to wear.
That's that Plano privilege coming through.
Yeah,
That's what's
he
happening.
says these things, but he doesn't believe in these things.
Mike, They could. Rob Manfred could walk over with that piece of metal and be like, "Hey, I'm going to give this to you 3 more years in a row for the Rangers." I still wouldn't do it.
All right,
Never.
fine.
Couldn't have pictures. I couldn't wear pictures. And you know what? There are tons of Rangers fans out there that are right there with me. You couldn't pay them enough.
Yeah, the ones that are all millionaires
I
already.
love the Rangers too. When I got drafted by the Cleveland Indians, I didn't quit baseball because
it's not the Astros, Mike. It's not the Astros. It's Cleveland.
That's fine. Even, okay, at that point it would be, I guess, the Yankees, but the Yankees would be like, we're not the Rangers rivals. What are you guys talking about, right?
Yeah.
So
Question
if I got drafted
number
by
2.
The Yankees, I'd be like, yeah, this is awesome.
Question number 2.
Okay.
What have you been craving? I know Mike.
$30,000.
No,
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, man.
So it's been 5 years. I've been craving peach ice cream.
Why can you not
And I
have...
know that it's been 5 years because I asked this question around COVID time.
Okay.
And it had at least been a year that I had wanted some peach ice cream. And everybody was saying Ham's Peach Orchard is the place to get the best peach ice cream.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is it peach ice cream if I cut very fresh peaches into vanilla ice cream?
I think it's just vanilla ice cream topped with peaches at that point.
And that's not.
Yeah,
not
I
gonna
want
do
the
it
little
for you?
chunks thrown in there, mixed into the whole thing. I want it like really mixed in. Now, if you take vanilla ice cream and mix it up that way, there we go.
I guess I kind of like it that way better because then the peaches are soft.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get, let's say, I don't even think Bluebell makes peach ice cream, but if they did, and I have had peach ice cream before, like in some sort of container like that, the peaches are so frozen that I don't like them as much as when they're more fresh.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. I do like them frozen like that.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I'm
It's
really
like
craving
Sandler
it.
with frozen grapes.
I'm
They have
not a
whole-
huge fan of that, but
They
I
have a
see-
whole section now up at the media like dinner room of Jared Sandler's frozen grapes. Yeah, every time you can go up there and for like $1 get a cup of frozen grapes from Jared Sandler.
The father-in-law, we're gonna see him next week. He was like, "Hey, I'm making peach ice cream this week."
Oh,
and
yes.
Avery said the last year they hung out with the in-laws while we were in Oxnard. Said that when he made it last year, it was awesome. So I'm finally, after 5 years, I've been craving for 5 years. I've been craving peach ice cream. Now it's on the way. What have you been craving?
Sandwiches.
Well, just sandwiches. Like, is there a specific sandwich, like a cold cut or an Italian sandwich?
Really, Jersey Mike's and Potbelly have been high up on the list, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just because they just make good sandwiches.
Yeah, Jersey Mike's is really good.
I feel like I've been on a sandwich kick as of late.
But at Jersey Mike's, you don't like the juice.
No. And man, there was somebody in front of me that they're like, yeah, Mike's weigh it up. And they threw, I don't know, so much stuff on there. And then they juiced it up.
Oh,
and I was
so
just
good.
like, that's not for me. But clearly it's so popular that they're just like, you want a Mike's way? So obviously it's super popular. That part's just not for me, but they make some good sandwiches.
Can mark that and play that all the time for me, as Kevin just keeps saying it's super popular and awesome. Mike's way.
From the 214. So my son played for an Astros team in T-ball years ago and was afraid I wouldn't cheer for him because he knew how much I hated the Astros.
Oh, man.
I like that.
Oh.
From the 650, C Block's the worst segment of any show
Oh
on the
my
entire
God.
station.
There's no way.
I'll tell you what.
Appreciate that.
The one team that you could get me to go, I don't think so, but I still would because I know how awesome it is to
Lakers?
be a professional. Yep. is the
Yeah,
Lakers.
buddy.
I can't stand the Lakers. I was watching 1984 for a few minutes of Game 2 of the NBA Finals, and I just didn't get to the part where Kurt Rambis got clotheslined by Kevin McHale yet. But I was rooting against the Lakers like it was a real game happening just because I was so pumped to see the Lakers lose.
Nice. So he gets what
That's
I'm
the
saying
team.
here. Okay.
But your
For me, it's
Astro
the
hate.
Astros.
But
Yeah.
when did your Astros hate happen? I don't even know if you hated the Astros in 2017 because nobody knew they were cheating at the time.
I hated them then.
I think players did, but they couldn't prove it till 2019.
It really came to a boil or a head. What is it? It came to a
head.
A head and a boil with the Bannister moment.
Came to a hot head.
It was the Bannister moment, and then obviously last year we're in Oxnard when it happened, I believe. But, the Marcus Semien stomp on the plate and everything, that whole thing really, woke it all back up for me. So,
because mine for the longest time used to be the Yankees, just because they're the ones who decimated the Rangers in the 90s playoff run.
From the 682, currently broke, just got paid yesterday. Thanks the Bills. I would still not take a gig with the Astros.
Wow.
Hey,
Appreciate that.
That's a lot of commitment I do not have.
Who said he's finished?
Yeah.
Djokovic is the man. Him not taking that COVID shot has put him way up on the boards.
And that's
he doesn't have any health
Wasn't
issues.
he really good before that too, though?
Yeah, I know he was so good they refused to let him play unless he got the shot, right?
Okay.
Was he kicked out of Wimbledon? Which one was he kicked out
I
of?
thought it was the Australian.
Definitely Aussie. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they were.
Maybe
big.
he didn't get to play in a U.S.
They're
Open,
like,
too.
you better like kangaroos and shots.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.
Shrimp on the Barbie.
My God. Coming
Right?
up next.
All those 3 things. And Vegemite.
Stop it!
Vegemite sandwich.
Who is the top coach in the NFL? Who's the worst? And where is McCarthy? That and Masterpiece of the Week. It is a jam-packed segment. Good news for you. It's coming up next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Shout-Out Friday. Appreciate all the fantastic shout-outs that you guys have been sending in throughout the day. Are you ready?
Not all of them, though.
The good ones. There are some mean ones, and they hurt people's feelings. Not cool. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in a few minutes, but first, I got a ranking of NFL head coaches. Who do you think is the number one head coach in all of the NFL lands?
What do you think of Bill Belichick?
That is current. This is my own fault. Which coach that is still a head coach in the NFL for the 2024 season is at the top of the list?
So Mike Zimmer doesn't count because he's a defensive coordinator
and he's
now?
not a head coach. Not somebody who you think could take a job at some point.
Andy Reid.
What if I told you it was not Andy Reid?
You'd be lying.
Luke
That
Schoonmaker.
It's true.
I
How
don't know,
is
just
that?
that name popped into my head.
Andy Reid is, in fact, number one.
Your subterfuge doesn't work here, Kevin.
Fair
I see
enough.
through you.
But my question is, did you play the audio when we came back in the
I
segment?
don't even know what you're talking about.
Mike Shanahan. His son, Kyle.
Kyle Shanahan is third on the list. So far, you guys have got number one.
The other Redskins assistant coach back in the day.
Don't think you're supposed to say that.
They were the Redskins when they coached there.
Okay.
Matt LaFleur?
No, he's with the Rams.
Oh, McVay, he wasn't an assistant. Like, he was
I thought he was with the...
He was quality control coordinator for a while, and then eventually, like, he became somebody else's quarterback
Sean
coach.
McVay is second on the list. So Mike, Reggie, and Corey, you guys have already got number one, number two, and number three. Where do you think Mike McCarthy is, by the way? 877-881-1053.
Frisco.
I think he should be about number 10.
Okay.
But I think that they were going to rank him worse. So you can...
I know this
you know
list, so I can't guess, yeah.
I mean, I think he should be about 10 because coaching in this organization is tough, and he is figuring out how to do it at the highest... I think the highest level you can do it in this organization with the restrictions that the Joneses put on you.
I mean, technically, like, think about that. Jimmy Johnson did it at that high of a level before it turned into what it is.
Jerry didn't know what he was doing back then, which was the greatest thing that ever happened.
Exactly.
Now that he thinks he knows what he's doing, he's ruined everything.
So, like, giving Jimmy Johnson that credit for, he was the one guy able to do it. No, he did it before it all messed up.
Yeah.
I'll go 15, middle of the pack.
Okay. By the way, I said I appreciated all the people texting in on the Twitch and the YouTube, but no, it is not John Madden. It is not John Gruden. None
A lot
of those.
Johns.
Yes, that is true. All right. By the way, votes for McCarthy. He's middle of the pack. From the 214, I'm going to say 9. From the 817, 11. From the 214, should be top 5. That was not from Bobby Belt. Here is the rest of the top 5. John Harbaugh is 4. Matt LaFleur is 5. You guys have any major?
Sounds
Harbaugh?
Harbaugh.
Already.
Harbaugh.
Has been.
I think that's unfair and not
John.
right.
Oh, John.
John
Okay.
Harbaugh.
Yeah. Okay, that's
Gotcha.
good. He's done a very good job in Baltimore.
Mike Tomlin is 6. I guess I just
think he's great.
think he's the best. I would put him in the top 5.
Yeah.
He always figures out. He had Kenny Pickett, and he's like, that's fine. Now we'll give you some more junk. He'll probably figure out a way to make it
Yeah,
happen.
he picked up the Chicago Bears quarterback and put him at punt returner.
Yes, Justin Fields.
I saw the video.
No, yes, I did too.
I don't know,
Yeah.
man. Tomlin's only won more than 9 games twice in the last 6 years.
Yeah, and his quarterback has been broke-ass done Ben Roethlisberger and Kenny Pickett.
Shouldn't he have demanded a better quarterback?
I
then?
bet he did. And they were like, here, we gave you Kenny Pickett. And he's like, no.
Whatever.
And they go, fine. What about Fields? What about Russ? And he's like, no. All right, rest of the top 10. Mike Tomlin, 6. Jim Harbaugh, 7.
Yeah, that's
Really?
That does feel
Put him in
hasn't
the
even-
middle of the pack.
He's
and then
coached
see
in the
where he
NFL
goes.
before, though. Like,
I
we're not
know.
acting like he has no.
Yeah, but he
Does that
hasn't
mean
even
Bill
failed
Belichick
with the
goes
Chargers
to 1
yet.
next year. Let's just say Belichick takes a job next year. Does he go to the best coach in the NFL?
He probably would be in the top 3 because I think Andy Reid. If Andy Reid keeps doing what he's doing, then Andy Reid's right there.
I mean, what if Bill Walsh comes back from the dead?
I mean, if that happened, I probably would
Huge
put Bill
surprise.
Walsh number 1. I think he should be way
And I would
up high
think
on
that we would
list.
have bigger things to discuss at that point.
That's true.
Like,
We
how
have
did this
zombie
happen?
coaches now, and yeah, Jim Harbaugh 7, Dan Campbell 8, Sean McDermott 9, and Kevin Stefanski number 10. Now there are some pushback for McCarthy. Well, Mike McCarthy should be number 33. So they do not care, and I just think
Man,
not to go too much into a Dak conversation. I just think that is fundamentally inaccurate, although I know this is
Should
an
they have
opinion.
gone 17-0 without this coach? And should they have won all 3 Super
Yeah.
Bowls without this coach?
And that's kind of where I'm at. Mike McDaniel is 11. We go down the list. He's not in the top 13. Mike McCarthy is not in the top 15. Nick Sirianni is number 15. Number 17 on the list, one person guessed 18. They were very close, is Mike McCarthy, 11-11 in the playoffs, 1-0 in Super Bowls, 167 wins, 102 losses, 2 ties, 5th season with the Dallas Cowboys, 18th as a head coach overall. I don't know, man. That's kind of tough. I don't know how much higher I would put him, but I feel like 13, 14.
I was with Mike. Yeah, he feels like a top 10 guy to me, and everything just hasn't worked out so far. The guy has a Super Bowl, but then again, I guess Sean Payton, he's right there next to him, and they're both very similar. And I would probably have Sean Payton at 13 right now.
Yeah, Sean Payton's 18.
Yeah,
on the
so I'd
list,
probably
they do
have
him up
kind of
there.
in the same area. But
I mean, I guess I would ask Cowboy fans, and I'm not like a big Mike McCarthy guy. I don't dislike him at all. I don't love him. But all right, the top 3 guys were Andy Reid, Sean McVay, and sorry, I'm forgetting the third guy. Shanahan. All right, they've been the coach for the last 3 years of these Dallas Cowboys under the Jerry Jones restrictions.
Yeah.
How do they do?
Yeah, not anywhere near as well as they have been.
They can't be the same
real
coach.
thing.
You cannot be the same coach. When you're coaching the Rams or the Niners or the Chiefs or whatever, you are not allowed to be that same person here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
By the way, Reggie.
Hello,
good
Reginald.
to talk with you. I apologize for cutting in on your time. Dennis Allen with the Saints is the worst coach, followed by Gerard Mayo, making his head coaching debut with the Patriots.
Wow, Rod Mayo, huh?
Back to
Not
you.
getting no love.
just doesn't have experience yet.
I mean, can't argue with that. What you also can't argue with is that this is Masterpiece of the Week. It's a segment that we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program by these fine gentlemen, and sometimes another person, which is pertinent here. Anybody want to Anybody want to volunteer?
I volunteer as tribute.
I think you won, Kevin. I remember you've said so many things this week.
Was there? Yeah, there was one that if y'all wouldn't have reacted, I did not realize I had said anything weird at all.
I do wonder if it is this, which Kevin said.
I'm not saying you have to beat Joey Chestnut. Don't use that as a drop. All right.
Now I have to. Every time you acknowledge it, I have to do it.
I don't think that was your worst one. I'm not going to vote for that because I think you even.
And it was
said
honestly in that same vein. I should probably drop that word from my vocabulary.
Okay. I don't know if that one will pop up today. I'll be completely honest.
Defeat off.
Yeah, defeat off Joey Chestnut.
Yes. Go back if you just want to look up something fun. Look up Jim Ross, Edge, Lita, ladder match. Here's a oddly timed phrase in there.
Yeah, and the word edge means something totally different now.
Oh, that's true.
Like corners.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Speaking of corners, I do wonder if that had some level of effect in what happened here with Mike Bassett.
So then she's laughing, ha ha ha, because my balls hurt. So. Yeah, that was when I went over the fence to do some trimming of.
You saw the
overgrown.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Sometimes you nick it. Yeah.
And I was trying to climb over an 8-foot fence, and I kind of smashed my balls on top of the fence. And I was like, oh, and she's like, I'm like, oh, well,
Do you have that song in the loop anywhere, by the way? The
There's
Smash Your
no way
Balls.
we still have that
Smash Your
song.
Balls. Parker created
It might be, actually.
But then even worse is as I got over the other side of the fence, then I ran into a wasp as I upset a wasp nest and then got stung, which it's pretty much gone. But then I just saw 20 wasps around me, maybe 10 wasps around me, and then screamed and then jumped over the 8-foot fence and then rolled on the ground. And my wife thought I broke my arm. She thought it was really funny.
That's what marriage of that length does to you.
Did she come out and she asked, and then whenever you told her, she just walked off?
She watched the whole thing. She was on the back patio seeing it, and she was wondering why I was screaming because she thought I hurt myself. And then she thought it was funny when I jumped off the 8-foot fence and rolled on the ground because I'm 46 and 244 days old.
Mm-hmm.
And, can't land.
Did she give you any medicine? Did she medicine you up or anything?
Yeah, so she mixed baking soda and water.
There you go. What?
Is she Dr. Wizard?
She's a doctor.
Mr. Wizard. Sorry.
I guess that's what you do with a wasp sting. You mix some baking soda and water together and then put ice on top of it.
Today I learned.
And then I guess it helps, I don't know, calm down the swelling and the...
Did it?
I mean, it still stung for a good while, but it didn't swell up that bad. But I think I'm a pretty strong guy when it comes to wasp stings. I've been stung by a wasp before, and I think my body's been able to handle it.
At the risk of throwing this whole thing off the rails.
I'm not like Macaulay Culkin.
Oh, he died.
He's still alive.
The
character
died.
movie.
He was allergic to bees.
Yeah.
I'm not allergic to wasps. I wonder if you could be allergic to wasps.
Back to you, Reggie.
I found this.
When you kill a wasp, by the way, they have that needle part because I killed 5 wasps that day. I wanted to touch the needle part of it, but I'm afraid it'll still sting. Yeah.
It will sting you. It's still
dead.
alive. Yeah,
No,
it's still alive. The stinger is.
Oh, okay.
Its butt's alive still.
So if I took that and pressed it into you, it hurt?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, dude.
I'm going to bring
don't,
dead wasps
please,
up here.
God, don't do that.
Why? And just see. It's
Reggie, take control of this.
I don't know if this is going to be more control because this was just the thing that I found. This is not Masterpiece of the Week, by the way.
Smash your balls! Bang, bang, bang!
I don't know.
Our show used to be a lot weirder. Our show, we made a Mortal Kombat version song of that. Our show used to be a lot weirder.
Show is still weird enough. It's
Fair.
still weird enough, as
Fair.
Mike said this. Could they possibly be the
I don't
culprit?
want your cronuts. You have super diarrhea. I don't want them. That's the day you came in with after COVID, you diarrheaed everywhere, you said?
I was not feeling well.
And then you're like, well, what if I bring you cronuts? And I'm like, I love cronuts, but I'm not eating COVID diarrhea cronuts.
Well, so what about, what if I had brought some in today?
Yeah, I feel like you're not having diarrhea lately.
How many
You're
times have you
over
washed your hands since
COVID.
then?
At some
All the
point,
times.
you got to trust the food that you've been given. We've all had COVID.
Yeah.
COVID's common. So I'm accepting food. Like we got Tiff's treats yesterday.
Oh.
I'm sure somebody who made those Tiff's treats at some point in their life has had diarrhea and COVID. And yet we still ate those Tiff's treats.
Mm-hmm.
But if they said I have diarrhea today, I don't want to eat Tiff's treats no matter how good their cookies are.
See where he's going with this.
Do you?
Okay.
You don't?
Oddly, it kind of made sense.
It all
to me,
made sense
too.
to me.
Yeah, I feel like you need to be 48 hours away from the person having diarrhea to eat their food.
Okay. Sounds fair
thoughts,
enough.
Reggie?
I don't want to think at all anymore at this point.
Is that 2 spins around the planet distance? 48 hours?
What?
The world
Yes.
doesn't spin that fast.
I don't even want to. Kevin said this.
I told you to keep going.
We got to move him now before he wakes up and
Reggie,
terrorizes
if
us.
you were there, that's what it felt like, all right? He had been tranked, and it was time for transportation.
You just moving bodies now?
That was about baby Noah at the lake. And absolutely, I wanted to move him to the car seat and
Trank
get
your
on
kid.
the road. I didn't, but that's probably the closest I've come.
Was it a blow
so
dart or
far.
was it mechanized?
Going down like an elephant. Just boom.
We blow dart.
Where's the one I want to vote for?
I don't believe I have it for you, my friend.
man.
Unfortunately.
Well, he said, I think it was yesterday he said it. I think it was yesterday.
There was
just
you
stopped
guys
his
are fooling
sentence.
this week. You guys were fooling this week. There's so much stuff that you
All right,
guys said.
keep
Next.
going.
Yeah, play one. I dare you.
Oh, you dare me? All right, here you go, Corey.
I could see that. I mean, that for strengthening purposes, you can spend hours doing it too while you're strengthening your wrist. So it's true.
What is this?
Remember we were talking about Edge earlier?
Hey, they're the trainers that train sprinters. They give them 2 shake weights, and they just act like they're running and just shake weight
And that's how they train?
Yes, to
Wow.
work their arms to get stronger.
Like in a
arms.
chair,
And
or
to
are they
make sure
standing?
They're standing.
Have you guys ever seen the South Park episode where they talk about the shake weight? Pretty funny.
Drummers have got to have some pretty good conditioning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Neil Peart can get it done.
Drummers have to have good conditioning.
When you think about it for a second, dude, their arms and legs are moving at all times.
The song's 3 minutes.
You were
and
just
then
talking
they
about
get a break.
shake weight and a runner.
Yeah, they're going fast. What am
Drummers are too.
for 3 minutes?
For 3 hours.
Well, I
That's
mean,
like way
one song
longer
they're
than
gonna play.
sprinters.
Yeah, sprinters run for 17 seconds.
Da, 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 da,
You're
da,
going really
da,
slow,
da,
though.
da,
You're
da,
going
da,
really
da,
slow.
da, 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 song over.
And then they do another song.
Right.
And then they do another, they'll do an hour set.
Yeah, they're getting breaks. This is like soccer players.
Hold
they're
on,
not sprinting the whole
wait.
time.
No. What do you mean they're getting breaks? Do you think they do a song at a concert and they're like, all right, everybody, we'll be back in a few
No.
minutes for the
Then
next
Dolly
song?
Parton talks about her boobs or her facelift or
What is this
whatever for a
concept?
minute.
I don't know
And
what
then,
he's saying.
and then you start playing another song. They talk in between songs. They
But
don't
not for that long.
Not always.
Okay, boxers get breaks too. Their arms get tired, but if
Oh,
you
that
made
minute
them
break
box,
don't feel like nothing, baby.
if you made them box for 36 straight minutes, they couldn't do it. But
I
as
agree.
long as you give them 1 minute breaks in between their 3 minute rounds, they're fine.
Oh, is that they're
I feel like we're setting up
fine.
like a challenge show for Mike to have to try.
No,
and
I
do
know
these
how
things.
tough even boxing for 3 minutes is a son of a bitch. But I get it that you have to give them a minute break in their high. I'm not saying drummers aren't trained to drum for
No, that's what I heard.
3 hours, but they do get breaks. And by the way, I don't know if they drum for 3 hours. What 3 hour concert have you been to?
Jam
in one
session.
Taylor
drummer?
Swift.
Yeah.
Practice.
Dave Matthews Band.
Dave Matthews Band, yeah.
Dave will
Yeah,
go all
sorry.
down there.
We got caught in a
Fish.
thing there. Yeah. All right.
Grateful Dead.
Next.
All right, I'm gonna limit it to this one. No, you know what? I'm gonna make sure to get this in for Kevin's benefit, if no one else.
Easy.
Clay Thompson said this.
Man, I'm also my happiest when I'm next to a body.
Aren't we all?
Yes, I remember when he said that. Now,
You went
the
mark
rest of that
It
is
matters
of
who it
water,
is.
but it does sound. Play it one more time. It sounds like Clay Thompson is the narrator over a new Netflix special.
Man, I'm also my happiest when I'm next to a body.
I enjoyed that. Thank you very much.
I don't know if you'll enjoy this. This was just nonsense that happened on the show.
It does kind of
Right?
feel like that's what she's
Something
saying.
had to have happened.
So
Toe pick.
I guess her point is get better, Radical Canoe. That was for Emma.
What's her real name?
Raducanu.
Raducanu, not Radical Canoe.
But that sounds way cooler, right? Couldn't you see like the tennis world embracing somebody who's like, here comes Radical Canoe?
No.
Yes. Yes.
I'll vote for my
want fun
balls to be
stuff.
the first voter.
I will also vote for Mike's. Well, I don't like the way that you said that.
So and she's laughing, ha ha ha, because my balls hurt. So
I'm voting for when Kevin tranquilized his kid.
Oh man,
we got to move him now before he wakes up and
Reggie,
terrorizes
if
us.
you were there, that's what it felt like. All right, he had been tranked, and it was time for transportation. All right, I'm gonna go with, and I don't know why. It's the addition of super to this. I'm gonna vote for Cronuts and Super Diarrhea.
Oh, that's a
Could
good
they
one.
possibly be?
I
the
don't
culprit?
want your cronuts. You have super diarrhea. I don't want them.
I don't know why. That makes me laugh. All right, but that means Mike attempting to get away from the wasp and the fence is the masterpiece.
I changed my
of the
vote to
week.
diarrhea.
Remember,
Okay.
we
All right.
already a vote laid is a vote played. The
I'm gonna vote for strengthening wrists.
I don't know. Ask Georgia.
Oh my God! Coming up next.
Remember? Because
Yes, I know what you're talking about,
mind.
Mike.
Yeah, and then
No,
I think the
we-
Democrats
no,
did something.
Nope.
Can you believe those counties?
Let's chit chat with the G-Bag Nation
What
next on
about
the
that
fan.
judge?
Smash your balls! Bang, bang, bang!
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the most effective duel. Today we're
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. just said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The 1-2, and that ball is hit high and deep into right. Low going back, looking up, it's gone. 6 rows up in straightaway right. Corey Seager with a 3-run dinger. And the Rangers lead it 7-2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Huge series for the Rangers and Astros starts tonight 7:10 first pitch, 6:30 pregame right here on your home of the world champions, 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 817. Can I get a shout-out for throwing a no-hitter when I was on the Blue Jays and we won the championship in 1996? I display that trophy with pride, as you should. Congratulations. Now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you? Happy Friday.
I'm doing well.
Didn't the Yankees win the World Series in '96 over the Braves?
I think it was like a Little League baseball
Yeah,
team.
he threw a no-hitter in a T-ball World Championship.
Gotta love it.
Wait,
yeah,
you
in a
can't-
coach pitch.
What?
It's T-ball.
Didn't
Struck a bunch of kids out.
give
like
up any
Paul
hits.
Skenes.
Man, that tee was tough, man.
He was Paul Skenes out there before Skenes was existing out in the world.
bunch of 5-year-olds.
It was always so embarrassing. You get up to the tee and you hit the tee and you're just like, dang
Or
it.
if you miss.
Yeah, that one kid.
I'm
would
way
always
more
miss.
pumped, though, about Tuesday night's game that Skenes is starting. I know it's only
Yeah.
one inning, but to start the game that you have Skenes is pretty special.
Hell yes, Major League Baseball finally got something right, man. That was an easy call.
They also put Adolis in the home run derby.
They
That's
did.
nice.
They did. But no Josh Smith.
Yeah,
in the home run derby? That'd be
in
a
the
bad
All-Star
call.
game.
In the game.
I can't reconcile that
We'll
either.
see if it gets over the fence.
Are you guys...
Mike, I made a suggestion that we should have the home run derby without home run hitters.
Well,
and that way it's a surprise if they actually
bring
hit
back
a
Ichiro.
Yeah, exactly. There's looks like a sharp single.
I listened to y'all's segment, and maybe you guys brought this up, but here's what I would want. I would want the last 5 swings, like there's a timeout and a 30-second break, and they get 5 swings with a metal bat. And I want to see, like
Pete Alonso.
take the LSU Marucci bat or whatever. Like, I want to see, if you want to see
Cork
how
it
far
up.
a ball can go, like, let Gunnar Henderson hit 5 swings with a metal bat and see if he can hit Arlington Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would just, to
That
me,
would be kinda awesome.
and you're not going to hurt anybody. You got to get the kids off the field so nobody dies when they hit this ball 140 miles an hour. But, like, wouldn't that be awesome at the end? Hey, we're having the home run derby, but your last 5 swings, and they count. It's kind of like the money ball in basketball.
Yeah.
You get 5 metal bat swings.
Okay, if it goes well above 400 feet, you get more points. If the exit velocity is over 130, you get points.
I don't know if
so
they can
just
hit
kind of
I know I
really
was
trick
making
it
that
up.
number, like,
Yeah.
But I think over 120 is going to be like a firm number that they can get easily over 120 miles an hour with that bat.
Yeah.
And I do think we could see a 500-foot home run. Like Pete Alonso, I think, can hit it 500 feet right now with a metal bat.
Where's that thing, that spot where you can hit it to and win $100,000? I always hear about them doing the ads on that. Where is that located?
Yeah.
And they used to win a free suit at the old stadium.
And then a free truck, I feel like. So they upgraded it pretty big.
Is it on top of the roof? Where is it?
It was in right. It was in right field at the top of the
I
at the
hear
top
them-
of the roof. I don't know about it anymore.
I hear Jared and Hixie and Eric talking about it. Like, you win $100,000. And I'm like, where's the seat? Do we have a chance?
Yeah, that would be. There's always a chance, Broadus.
Yeah, is there?
Now,
telling me there's
Is
a
there?
chance.
it is National French Fry Day. Is there a particular place you get the best French fries from? Or is your favorite French fry?
McDonald's is tried and true. Other than that, probably Arby's curly fries.
Yeah.
Curly fries are good.
Wingstop is goated.
Yeah.
They are.
That's what I think, too.
Yeah. And now you can add other seasonings to them if you want to. If you want to spice it
like
up.
the ranch, the ranch
The
seasoning.
ranch dry rub, yeah,
I
some
haven't had
lemon
them in a
pepper.
What about Snuffers? Is that too high quality?
Man, I'll tell you what, that's a heart attack on a plate, but it's glorious.
Absolutely. They're
Yeah.
the best cheese
Oh,
fries.
you're not-
in the
Those
biz.
cheese fries.
The
yeah.
loaded
Oh,
fries.
Snuffer's good fry.
Yeah, the loaded fries.
Yeah. If you get real lucky, you get a piece of that the foil with it too. Just trying to choke
The only
that
fries I
down.
don't like are what they call the steak fries, the big, thick ones. They're like an inch thick.
Okay,
and there's too much potato in there. I need more crisp.
Yeah.
Those are his favorite, the wedgies.
The wedges are
Yeah.
a little different than the steak fries. They have some similarities for sure.
KFC used to have outstanding wedges.
They
got
did.
rid of them.
Mike, it's going to be Djokovic and your guy Alcaraz.
But will
in the
anybody be there to
finals.
watch it?
Will you
Sunday morning?
wake up on Sunday and watch it?
Breakfast at Wimbledon, Mike. Come
That's
on.
right.
Go for it.
Sunday, I have pregame at 12:30, and then after
time?
postgame's over, I have to run out to the stadium and do another event.
So you're
So
saying yes?
I
got time.
I think so.
DVR in the Euro final then?
I wonder this. Yeah. I think I'll be okay. Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
I won't spoil it for
I
you.
want to party with like a lot of older players that I know, but I don't know when I'm going to get to. Maybe Monday, and I'll miss Tuesday's show because I'll be too, drunk.
Oh my gosh! What? Did
No,
you,
that's good.
He's
Mike,
hammered,
bring that
baby.
on. That'd be fun.
Let's go. Turn up, dude.
Yeah, come on, Mike. You get hammered
Live
on air
stream.
all the time. What are you doing,
Get
man?
really drunk.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
That's a great drop out there at Texas Motor Speedway. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Okay, we have Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. It's a Friday, so we'll be doing What You Drinking, What You Thinking at 5:20. Eric Nadell's going to join us, and everything else we're going to mail in.
Ask
So
what
we'll
old
see.
guys he wants to party with. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodbye, Kevin.
I'm not. No.
Just go ahead and do it.
Goodbye. Oh, the potato.
You've made. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a Friday. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's Brian Bras, former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. Wolchuk's in the house. Lucius Alexander's in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Chia follows, he's been on morning show duty all week, so we expect him back on Monday. Great job by the Chief, by the way. I'm Gavin Dawson. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And a silver boot weekend for the ages is upon us, gentlemen. I think this is the most fired up I've been for baseball games since November, since World Series Game 5. This all of a sudden seems like maybe the playoffs are starting a little bit early for you, like months early this time around, and you don't have any more ground you can give up. Either you stake your claim and win this series and say, Houston, we still got your number a little bit. This is going to be, a dogfight. Or Houston is going to say, we have figured it out. The Rangers still haven't. Now go sit there and think about it for 5 days during the All-Star break. That's what we're staring at right here. I think it's a very high-leverage series, and I can't wait to see how the lads perform under this kind of pressure.
The time is now. There's no doubt. You're 2 games back. If you get the sweep, now you're ahead of the Astros going into the break. And you got to match up with Hunter Brown, who got absolutely shelled in his last outings. Gave up 7 runs on 12 hits. Walks have been an issue for him. He's given up a combined 7 walks in his last 3 outings. So if you can show some plate discipline, I think this is certainly, as a right-handed pitcher, they've hit righties well. They've struggled against lefties. They should be able to put up some runs. And Andrew Heaney has been very good for the majority of the season. And you don't look at the win-loss record. That doesn't tell you the story. And he's been good against the Astros previously. So tonight, get a win in Game 1 against a Houston team that also, they've had to deal with the effects of the hurricane. I mean, they're coming back home. I'm sure that hasn't been easy and taxing on them, having the challenge of how are our families doing back home in Houston.
Yeah, the whole thing, you're right, with the power and stuff like that. Matter of fact, the mayor of Houston's taken a lot of grief. Like, how do we have air conditioning and all that at the ballpark? And
well, I know
electricity.
NRG Stadium's starting to house people.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, everything's okay with the ballpark.
Yeah.
But we can't get our own.
I mean, thoughts and prayers with everybody who's struggling with that there in Houston.
No question. I mean, they've struggled. I mean, they've had some problems. I mean, some people I was talking to down there, when they had the cold snap and all that, power was only out for a couple of days, but this sounds like this might be a week, maybe more. And, when you're starting to deal with July days.
Man, that's unbelievable. Can't imagine.
Then swimming in poop water, right, Dawson?
Yeah.
Swimming poop water.
Over the no AC.
Yeah.
In the state of Texas, I'd do the same thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
On top of that, I've heard of, several cities around the Gulf having alligators, crocodilians actually invading their neighborhoods and towns.
Oh my gosh.
Because everything's gotten so flooded.
Yeah.
They're just cruising around and popping up in all kinds of crazy areas.
You know what? I like what you're saying about the importance of the series. I don't think this one way, and I heard Mike and them talking about it. Mike painted a very, very dismal picture. If the Rangers get swept, that he goes, no, it's done, Brian. I felt like he was talking to me. I don't feel that way because this division. I just feel like the Rangers have kind of endured their problems. They've had the issues with offense and injuries and things. I'm not going to let this one series deter me from what's going to happen because I still feel like that, all you have to do is get hot. And, both the Astros and the Rangers are hot right now.
You're still getting young Carter Malley back.
I'm hopeful.
If it doesn't work here, I think it lowers your margin of error for the remaining games. But right now, because they've won 7 of 10, it's an opportunity to take that next step, and it would be depressing to not have that occur.
To get swept would be, and Mike's a baseball guy. Mike's lived this, and when I'm driving along there, I'm listening, and I'm like, man, he's not helping me right now. I mean that from a fan perspective. But
sometimes the Bassett kiss of death is exactly what a team needs to rally.
I was honestly thinking like, okay, I'm about to go in and do a 4.5 hour show and try and be positive about the Rangers, and Mike's making a lot of really good points.
He is, yeah.
And all of a sudden you're well, they got to win over 20 games over 500, and I'm thinking, okay, that sounds pretty daunting as a task
About
right
40
now.
and 20, that seems like what this team's capable
Yeah.
of.
Yeah, that's the issue, though. If you get swept, now it's like you need help. You need the Mariners and the Astros to help you by losing. You're kind of losing control out of your own destiny here by just trying to win games.
Maybe the Astros have endured their problems. You know, their start was so poor, and we were throwing dirt on them, and I was enjoying every minute of it.
Yep.
But now that they seem to kind of be back in,
it's amazing how they've been able to navigate their starting pitching.
Yeah,
but the Mariners are capable of playing below 500.
That's my hope.
Yeah.
I'm not waving the flag as like, okay, sell to what level. And Mike didn't say full on sell. Mike's like, hey, well, you might want to think about playing for 2025 now. And I can't do that when I know that the Mariners are capable of, they've got good pitching, but they're capable of losing games.
Oh, they certainly are.
And the Astros,
Absolutely.
I mean, the injuries they're dealing with, and the Rangers, if you could find a way, I'm going to be hopeful. Am I going to be disappointed if they get swept? Yeah. Maybe after the All-Star break and they get swept by Baltimore, then, you know, the crusty guy will change his tune after that.
Oh, man, you lose 6 in a row and it'll be a Dunsky.
Yeah. But I'm crotch first confidence. There is zero chance they're getting swept. It's not going to happen. They've played some bad baseball and still avoided sweeps. Like maybe they dropped 2 of 3. They're not getting swept in this series. I'll bet a bet payoff on it. Rangers are not getting swept by the Astros. It's not happening.
Okay. All right. You doing a bet
I'll
payoff
put that out
it?
on the line.
Is this an Oxnard bet payoff?
Absolutely. I'll do whatever the hell you guys want.
And we don't have to bet anything in return?
Within reason. No. Just the Astros.
Just a guarantee.
The Rangers will not get swept by the Astros.
If you win immunity for one time?
Sure. Let's do that.
Is that a deal?
If they sweep?
If the Rangers win, if they don't get swept, he gets immunity for
Hell
one.
no.
Okay.
Come on.
All you got to do is win 1 out of 3 to get immunity? Forget that. No, they sweep the Astros. I'll give him an immunity.
Okay, sweep Astros immunity, but if they get swept, he's wearing a bikini Speedo at one of the days at camp.
Our lucky day.
Gosh.
A Speedo on the tennis courts. There's no way you would do that amongst your
I don't think I could pull that one off.
media
guys.
peers.
Bro, you were out in public.
I don't think the Cowboys would greenlight
Yeah, but that'd be
either.
embarrassing, man. There's way more people I think that are going to be around those parts.
I would say, okay, how about this?
I'm going to have to bring like 3 socks.
Press conference.
He's a married man now, too.
McCarthy,
She'd actually laugh at me and think it was hilarious.
McCarthy press conference, he has to sit there the whole time with his shirt off.
No, I'd rather go with the Speedo. Nobody wants to see me with my shirt off.
Come on. What do you think? Like, you have to sit there,
I like your energy
sunglasses on, no shirt, maybe ask a question. And the question
I'd
has
rather
to be,
Speedo.
the question has to be, Mike, do you think I need some sunblock out here?
The next day there'd be a sign there as you enter the tennis courts: no shoes, no shirt, no
sir,
questions.
no question.
I put the sunblock on the nose and everything.
But I think it's within the range of possibility that Wolchuk's staring down the barrel of a bet payoff. We just have not seen enough quality baseball over the course of 10 days. They've only won 7 of 10
I believe in our
against
guys.
bad teams. I mean, I'm waiting for this team to start behaving like the champion that they are. You know, and I know it's frustrating for CY. We'll get a chance to join him coming out of the All-Star break, and I'm sure he'll reset the scene. And you know, he's always strident in his belief, but he has, suggested that, it's really time to get going. And last Monday when he joined us, his last show with us, he did not totally deny that they could be sellers, in light of that Bob Nightingale report. So if I'm the players, I'm feeling like, dude, if we want to give CY the reasons to, hold on to everybody, maybe even pick up a bat or another reliever or something, we got to go out there and win games, because if we lose games, we might be saying goodbye to some people. And if you're the owner, you're right up against the luxury tax threshold. You're probably not going to be able to keep the 4 pitchers that we talk about next year. You're going to lose them in free agency to teams that have needs and have space under that luxury tax threshold. If you feel like we're not contenders this year, we have to get whatever kind of prospects we can for next year. And that's just, the reality that all teams face if you're going to try to contend with an upper level payroll. It's not like they're going cheap,
No.
They're pretty much maxed out with what any team is going to spend outside of just a couple. Okay. National League All-Star manager Torey Lovullo of the Diamondbacks had quite a reveal of the NL All-Star starting pitcher this morning.
He did.
Paul Skenes was on the Dan Patrick Show. Manager Torrey calls in and says, hey, how you doing, Paul? Wanted to congratulate you and let you know I've chosen you to be the starter for the National League in the 2024 All-Star Game. An unbelievable story. Says we're super excited, but must have been a hell of a broadcast moment.
Yeah.
Right? He'll go one inning. They have 11 pitchers to work in, but I think it's a great idea there to lead with your bigger star, and it doesn't feel like any kind of a reach. I mean, this is a historic level of dominance that he's entertaining.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
It is absolutely a great story. And you know, how often do you get to see the guy that was drafted first overall, you know, have this kind of success? Usually it's just kind of like you're just kind of waiting, but
it's over 110 years ago, right?
Yeah, this is like this is like, you know, when we talked about with, you know, Kerry Woods and the Strasburgs and those guys like that. I mean, heck, you could go back to the Nolan Ryans and stuff like that to see a pitcher that's been this dominant. And he was dominant at LSU. The reason they won the national championship, he had some timely hitting, but his ability to stand on the hill, take the ball, and it's not all about throwing 100 miles an hour. The guy can locate the ball. He can nibble when he has to. He's just such a big opposing figure out there on the hill.
Yeah.
And, you know, and these batters, you know, in Major League Baseball have yet to figure him out, and they might not.
Maybe the most dominant college athlete in retrospect that we've seen in a long, long time. Maybe Carmelo Anthony at Syracuse.
Wow.
In like 2004.
No doubt.
He was a freshman, right? Didn't Carmelo win it as a freshman?
And then he immediately came out. And that draft's a legendary draft class. That was the same draft as LeBron and I think Dwayne Wade, all in that same draft. But I saw a nugget on Paul Skenes, multiple games with no hits and 10 Ks in a single season.
Yeah.
Paul Skenes has done that within his first 11 career starts. Nolan Ryan, it took till his 7th season. Max Scherzer, his 8th season. Justin Verlander did it in his 17th season. That's nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about 3 of the best pitchers that we've ever seen. Paul Skenes has done that in his first 11 career starts.
Congrats to Luka, wins the ESPY for Best NBA Player. Quite an honor. I think I expect him to get the MVP next year, but we just don't know how he's going to hold focus. I think it's maybe easier coming off of a run to the finals where, you know, he did lock in and play defense. He was the driving force playing through injury. Like, the appreciation of Luka is at an all-time high right now, even though they did not win the finals. Can he be focused enough to, you know, come back and play the complete kind of game that will allow the Mavs to have one of the top records and actually win the NBA MVP next year? That's, I think, you know, what I'm hoping that he does. I think his challenge is to have himself prepared and then focus night in, night out to not go through those long stretches of time where he's just too distracted.
Well, Chuck, you told me 2 days ago that the Klay Thompson's kind of a workhorse guy.
Yeah.
I wonder if Klay Thompson grabs Luka's number and says, hey,
I'm hopeful.
Yeah, what do you got going on today, bro? When are you going to start your workouts? You want to get together, work out some? You know, I wonder if Klay Thompson is a guy that will, you know, grab a number and maybe make a call and like, hey, when are you going to be back in the States again?
Yeah.
You interested in hooking things up, trying to, you know, see where you're at kind of? That would be kind of a, you know, if you get a guy, a player that has that kind of work ethic, maybe he can influence Luka in a way of like, listen, I'm coming in here in the best shape to try and help you out and knock down some of these shots.
Absolutely. That was definitely another layer of it that I loved the signing. Because, I mean, look, you don't come back from an Achilles and an ACL and win NBA championships without having that dedication and massive hard work ethic.
So maybe he can influence Luke in a positive way of like, let's work out together. Let's kind of figure out some time here if we can.
It's one thing if your coach is saying, hey, here's what you have to do to be a champion.
Right.
You're like, well, you're the coach. You might just be telling me that to try to motivate me. Right. But when one of the peers, one of the players that maybe I looked up to, you know, I was watching him win championships when I was 15 years old at Barcelona or Real Madrid. I think that can hit totally different.
Yeah. That's my hope.
Yeah.
Agreed, man.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a Friday. We will have What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up at 5:20. So if you're already cracking them, hope you enjoy your afternoon. Be safe and all that. Maybe set yourself a reminder. You know how time can fly. But at 5:20, we'll chat with Eric Nadel. Then we're into your phone calls. We'll have LA Live coming up in the Expressway as well. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here at 2:30. And coming up next, here in the G-Bag Nation. We have post-free agency NBA power rankings for you. How much did the Mavs improve their position with that free agent haul? It's coming up next right here, G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Shu-Chan, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We are about 7 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Best audio from the world of sports here coming to you at 2:30 every day. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the day, Lucius replays that for you in LA Live every night by 5:40. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan, brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION, 50% off all new windows right now with their semi-annual sale. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And this segment of the nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for your free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. NBA Power Rankings post-free agency. How many teams would you put above the Mavs right now? The Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line is open. I'll tell you what CBS Sports had to say in just a second. Still did not find the cat last night. Okay, Sonny's been missing for about 5-6 days now. Abby was freaking out a little bit. She's actually handling it well, much better than some other pets that have, had misfortunes happen to them or disappeared, what have you. But she was kind of like already in the acceptance phase. Yeah. She goes, Dad, I think Sonny's dead.
Whoa.
And then,
she called it.
I walk in to talk with Mom about it, and she's like, yeah, honey, I just don't have a good feeling about it. So I'm like, okay, what do you got for me, Google? So I looked it up on Google. I was surprised to see 61% of missing cats are found within the first year.
Oh,
was this like first 48? We were doing a show called First 48.
Basically, yeah. I was trying to find some stats
Sonny's
on
been
this.
gone now 5 days.
Yeah, 3 days is the cutoff.
I think your daughter is. I think she understands what's going on here.
Okay, but we were out of town.
No, I see what you're doing here right now.
We were out of town for for 10, 12 days.
Yeah.
Okay, we did not leave Sonny's food out for house sitters to easily find the food, so they got different food. Okay. When we got back, Sonny looked heavy, but a lot of his food wasn't missing. So I was theorizing that maybe Sonny found a different place to eat.
I kind of think that he's got a second family as well, and he's hanging out with second fam, and then eventually you're gonna look over and, oh my gosh, there's Sonny. He has made his way back into the backyard.
Probably heavy. Probably put on 10, 12 pounds. Now, what are you thinking, Brian? What are you thinking I'm doing?
I'm thinking. I know exactly.
What are you drinking? What are you thinking over there?
I know exactly what you're doing. You're thinking like, you know what? If Sonny's gone, I'm good. You're making an effort to try and figure out and explain Sonny's disappearance.
Mm-hmm.
But in actuality, you don't want to give too much detail. You're trying, we might find Sonny.
We might have hope, yes.
But we also have to prepare that Sonny might not be back with us. And honey, you're right.
Yeah.
Sonny might be gone. And we'll prepare for that. But right now, there's hope. But in reality,
I just don't want to deal with a heartbroken kid.
No, your daughter's a hell of a lot smarter than you.
Yeah.
Because she's figured it out.
I already knew that.
She's like, Dad, Sonny ain't coming
Sonny's
back.
Gone.
Yeah. Sonny ain't coming back.
No, but you're doing the right thing here.
You think Sonny's gone?
You're trying to preserve hope.
Does anybody have my back? I mean, I think honestly, I think it's 50-50 right now, but what I don't want her to do is be like, hey, Dad, let's get a new cat. So I need to hold out the idea of Sonny could return at any time for at least another 5 years.
There's the honesty.
Okay.
That's why we're holding out hope.
The
now
motive.
That's why we're Googling. That's the motivation, Brian.
Motive. There's the motive. It's like, hey.
I don't want a new cat.
And maybe then school will start and we forget about Sonny and we don't have to get another cat.
Yeah, I like the sound.
Would you rather just get another dog or just try and avoid pet altogether?
I don't. What did you do with the rabbit that time?
Buried it.
Yeah. There you go. So you're successfully eliminating your pets.
That wasn't the rabbit thing was an entire accident.
The thing was
that was an old girlfriend from the side. Put her on the stove, right?
Yeah,
little stew.
I thought the rabbit would survive outside. I was tired of her not cleaning the rabbit's cage and it smelling like a pet store in her room. And so I said, clearly you wanted to be an outdoor rabbit.
See, the way that the things that's happened now is you've admitted that the litter box is awful.
It's a nuisance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're like.
Even a slight aroma of it just drives me crazy.
All right, let me ask you this. Before you guys went out of town for those couple of weeks, Were you planning Sonny's disappearance?
No. Actually, we've had Sonny for so long. He is kind of a piece of the family, so there is a little bit of a bad feeling. My best friend's wife's cat got lost for 2 weeks. A bunch of snow even dropped while we were looking for her, and then she showed up randomly one day.
Huh. It's very possible Sonny wanders back in your backyard.
Sonny's a girl. She's pregnant. Found a safe place to have her litter. No, Sonny's a boy. It was Sonny with a U when we got her. Thought it was a girl. Changed it to Sonny with an O. Had a cat go missing for 3 months. Randomly showed up at the house one day. There you go. Leave the litter box outside. I do need to do that. You're right about that. You telling that aroma will let it know where home is? We're putting food outside.
It's possible.
I kind of feel like that Sonny's found like a male figure in his life that actually likes him.
I can see that.
I think you're kind of like, you look at Sonny like, you need to go somewhere right now.
Well, it hisses at me. It stalks me.
Sonny's
it is a thug cat, dude.
Here we go.
He thinks it's his house. He tries to intimidate me.
I asked you the question about before the trip, were you planning Sonny's demise?
I am not.
I think you just answered the question.
There is definitely an upside to this. I'm not going to lie about that. But how about 817? My cat moved to my neighbor's house 2 weeks before I found her. So, yeah, there's all sorts of scenarios.
Yeah. Okay.
NBA power rankings offend me, though, Brian, more than your suggestion.
Real quick.
I want the cat gone.
We don't have time.
No, we don't have time for this. What's the, are you seriously looking? Are you just hoping? Okay, are we seriously?
I went outside and yelled for it. I'm going to help Abby make some signs.
Here, boy. Come here, Sonny.
Yeah.
Sonny.
I'll help my kid even when it's not in my best interest.
Sonny.
Yeah.
Hey,
or what I want.
Sonny. Whispering.
Celtics are number one. I get that.
Yeah.
Celtics proved it.
Yes, they did. Celtics should be number one.
Number two should be Denver, right?
I would say Denver and then Dallas.
They have the Thunder here at number two.
I would think I would probably have the Thunder over
Well, and the
Dallas.
Thunder have made some amazing offseason moves. I think they've probably had the best offseason in the NBA, but the Mavs did beat them. And I think the Mavs have made some really good moves. So I can't put them ahead of the Mavs just yet.
Thank you. Number three is New York, which I think would be a play-in team in the West. I'm sorry, I watched a handful of their games during the playoffs, and it was pathetic. Okay, that's mediocre playoff basketball. And Jaylen Brunson will never lead a team to legitimately being one of the best three teams in the league.
You're going to hold on to that.
You're damn right I'm going to, because it's a
Forever.
fact. Number four is the
Just like
T-Wolves,
Sonny.
who the Mavs embarrassed.
Oh, stop it. And the T-Wolves have done nothing.
And then the Mavs coming in at 5 and the Nuggets at 6.
Oh, that's
Losing KCP hurts big time, but Denver still has enough to be counted on among the contenders, if only on the fringes with the best player in the league. They have now lost 3 key players over the last 2 off seasons from their championship team, and I definitely think it's a league that is dictated by depth now in a big way, quality, skill, depth. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. All right. Hey, man, don't feel bad. Sonny might pop back up. I seen the story, ASAP Ferg, rapper ASAP Ferg.
Yeah.
I'm on a new level.
Yeah.
I'm on a new level.
It's awesome.
He found his dog after it's been lost for 4 years, bro.
What?
4 whole years. My man found his dog after 4 years.
Did some neighbor have the dog?
I didn't see the rest of the story. I just seen the Instagram post. Yeah. 4 years is a long time to not have your dog and all of a sudden pop back up again. The photo was so heartbreaking. They're all smiling together like, oh. And you should get your animals chipped.
Yes, Sonny's chipped. Yeah.
Sonny is chipped, and you can't find out where she's at on the map or where he is on the map.
It's not a GPS chip. It's one of those that the vet has to scan. Yeah, we need the GPS. See, we had an air tag in his collar, but he shook that off about 6 months ago.
With Dawson's help.
Oh, my. Yeah. There you go, buddy. Get on out of here.
Let me pet you. Oh, there goes the collar.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That rescue dog we have, she's chipped now.
Yeah.
And she ran off when we was at the field one time, and I looked at my old lady. I was like, hey, I'm going to just let it happen. She's like, well, she's chipped, so they'll bring her right back. I was like, damn. God.
Where'd you say that chip was again?
All right, well, our winner for G-Bag the day so far is, Mr. Jim Rome. This is 3 days right here for Mr. Jim Rome.
Dang it.
Yes, Jim
Let me
Rome.
have this deciding vote every week.
Yeah.
Please don't, guys.
He dropped a whole lot of facts about the Cowboys without saying nothing at all.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Not as if I haven't asked this question before, but here we go again. Yo, Dallas, how you living?
Wonderful.
Seriously, you aight?
Yep.
Because if you're a Cowboy fan and your answer is Rome, I'm terrible. Oh, I totally get it. The Cowboys simply cannot stop going full Cowboys this offseason. This might be the most Cowboys the Cowboys have ever been in the offseason. I'm Jim Rome.
I'm Jim Rome.
Bars. Straight bars right there. Let's see. Let me get my vibes right, bro, on the Friday real quick. Hey, the Whispers. Shout out to them big old mustaches on the Whispers. Couldn't see none of their top lip. You see like a little corner at the bottom, just a little piece in the middle. The mustaches is huge, like Cheech and Chong joints.
Oh, wow.
Lip
They was
ferret right
huge. Yeah.
ZZ Top.
Yeah. All right, let's see here what we got. Amazon delivery driver. It's hot out there. She decided she was going to be an Amazon delivery driver. She quit her job on the second day there. She had the truck and everything. And she's sending the shots at Bezos.
I don't know who told me. I don't know what in my mind thought I was going to be able to be an Amazon delivery driver. I just had a whole mental breakdown. Girl, didn't even make one trip, bitch. Didn't even make one trip. Girl. And I literally just quit on the spot.
Yeah.
Bitch, I drove that big ass truck back around and told them like, yeah, baby, I'm sorry, but I quit. This is just not for me, bitch. Jeff Bezos, all I gotta say is you got people all the way up. You got people all the way up. Bitch, you only paying people $18.75 to drive a big ass truck with 1,000 packages on there in 100-degree heat, and it's like, oh, okay, you get 3 hours overtime pay. Bitch, you are crazy. Baby, for all the girlies that's on here, that's Amazon delivery drivers, y'all are some strong bitches, and I salute y'all, but bitch, I can't do it.
Yeah, shout out to my delivery drivers in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
I got my hat this morning. I got my magnesium last night. They keep me coming, bro. And I know they get tired of it because you can just buy things so easily right now. I can pick up my phone right now and buy all types of stuff. It's crazy.
It starts to get addicting.
Yeah, who you telling, man?
You know, it can be a problem. You got to stop yourself.
Let's see. And I accept for the sales things. Like if you got a sale, let me know. So I get all types of little notifications.
Yeah.
It's just crazy that like 1875 is the new 425.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like I can't live for this. This is all you're paying me? Dude, I remember when I got a job making $7.25 an hour. I was like, yes, I'm rich.
Yeah. 1825 in the early 90s, you could feed your whole family.
Dude,
like, we all right, man. We all right. We coming up.
I got a minivan.
Yeah. Let's see. Eric Chiafalo. He's on the RJ and Choppy show.
Which one of these fools is Chop?
It's nice knowing you, Chief.
He says, check the...
Exactly.
Is that it?
Nice
Up and
knowing you,
away?
Sean.
Is that it? Oh, boy. I'm going to stay all the way out of this.
Wally Pipp situation
Oh,
going on.
God. Don't say that. Dawson, be quiet, bro. It's Friday, dog.
Sean, you and I can open that food truck now.
Sean might not want to take all that paternity leave
Yeah.
too.
He's in your neighborhood, too, man. You need to chill out, bro. He'll pull up on you. Hey, I heard what you said.
Rubbing his little hands together.
Yeah. What do you got going on? A light knock on the door. What is that?
Dawson's out back yelling for Sonny. Sonny. Light knock.
That's where the cat went.
Eric
Sean
Chiafalo.
holding the cat.
Mr. Eric Chiafalo says, check the ankles. Check the ankles when making long-term decisions.
Yeah.
I think the key is you always got to look. Like you could just tell by the ankles. Big guy, smaller ankles, we're good here. It actually goes even with the ladies as well. Like you're a bigger body, but then you get down to the ankles. You know, you can start projecting out. Just look at her ankles, and we'll tell you what she's going to look like in 15 years. That's just a fact of the matter. If you want to know how big if a big guy can move, just look at his ankles, man. You look at his ankles. I got a big guy, thin ankles. This is a guy that's probably got some athleticism.
So
if he's got cankle type ankles, this is a guy who's probably heavy footed.
So what you're telling me is you look for the same traits in elite offensive linemen that you look that you look for in women that you would like to get with.
When you're projecting out, not get with. This is the settle down type. I want to know what we're looking at in 15 years.
Don't they say look at the mom too with the women?
Look at the mom for sure. But specifically, look at the mom's ankles.
Well done, sir.
He might be preaching on that one.
He might be. He might be. He might. I mean, it sounds good in theory, bro.
Yes,
it does.
You can get weird built, man. You can be having everything going on, but then
wrists. Another thing.
Yeah,
you brought up the wrist.
Yeah, I mean, you can be shaped like that eye from Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
You got thin ass ankles, but you round as hell.
Well, yeah,
Choppy.
I'm an
Choppy's
example
right.
of that. Yeah. I'm built like Gru over here.
Yeah.
You know, I got skinny ass legs, skinny ass ankles. I got lateral quickness. I did as a lineman, but
Sure.
I've got no other athletic ability whatsoever.
Where RJ made sense on the show when he said that was the mom.
Oh, look at the mom.
Look at the mom.
Look at the mom. But
Look
that
at
little,
the mom.
Yeah, but
the mom is the precursor to what you're going to be dealing
True
with
that.
25 years from now.
Yeah, pay attention to pops too. Pay attention to pops too. But yeah,
I
pay
don't know.
attention to the parents.
I've seen some sloppy pops.
Really?
Yeah, and
I don't know, man.
like daughters that are really good, like beautiful daughters, and like dad standing there like I just gave her away kind of thing, and I'm like going, this is Milkman.
He's watchdogging the pops over here.
This is Mrs. Milkman, Amazon man.
Might have a chance with mom, is what you're saying.
What?
Oh, you're
Yeah.
saying that's not the dad. You are not the father.
Mom is one to look at, but usually you don't want them to look like their father too much in the face. I say that respectfully.
Yeah.
Say that respectfully.
Charlotte Jones,
like Jerry's secret daughter.
Oh, come on, bro.
Says it right.
Charlotte
in your eyes.
Jones.
What
Charlotte
you doing today?
Charlotte. Oh, you said secret. Oh, look at you.
What you doing today,
It's
dog?
Friday.
Yeah, clearly.
Hey, the judge is talking about it. I feel like I can talk about it.
Yeah, you're right.
Jerry doesn't mind. Apparently, he
Jerry-
kept the case alive.
If you are talking about Jerry, he does. That's all he cares about.
That's right.
Keep me in the news cycle, baby.
Is it our pimp in the box, Jim Rome, two-time champ? Is it the Amazon delivery driver meltdown? Is it Eric Chiafalo? Any other nominees, Lucius?
I mean, do we have the time for that?
Yeah, go.
One more.
Go.
I really want to get into
One.
that how to project the girls, but that's really toxic after a while. I'm just telling you, it is.
Well, Cankle's probably no go anyway.
It matters what age they are, but if they're young with the cankles, then they're definitely going to fill in.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're definitely going to fill. My uncle told me when I was in high school, hey man, get you a girl that's real super skinny in high school, super skinny, damn near emaciated. So by the time she grow up and get thick, she's going to be right. She's going to be regular size.
You'll be right.
I was like, that's brilliant.
Be something to that.
That's preaching too.
That's brilliant. Road rage right here, crashing out. The argument is funny to me.
I took a picture of your license plate, and I am reporting you. What else? That is what is happening. Make sure you know that. What else?
Anything else?
Learn how to drive.
TikTok, look at this crazy lady.
Right.
Oh, look at her kids in the back. They look so scared. You're yelling at a woman in front of your kids you're so scared about.
A woman who doesn't care about children.
Oh,
and
but I
runs
have a
faster.
child in my car. You chase me down.
Of course.
Oh, but you're
Killed
scared.
my kids.
I almost killed your kids. Where's the mark on your car?
Thankfully, I know how to slam my brakes.
Oh, gosh.
Thankfully, I know how to drive.
And your kid is climbing in the
I want one more
front seat
thankfully.
without a seatbelt, huh?
Thankfully.
Keep going.
Stop
You want me to
that.
call the cops?
Yes.
Want me to call
I
the
did.
cops?
I did. So
Okay.
I'm making sure they come to you. Yes, I did.
Well, go ahead, baby.
Go ahead. Freaking Minnie Mouse over here.
Wow.
Expertly handled. Is it road rage incident, or is it our other three nominees?
My man said, check the aunties. Yes, absolutely. Watch that. Look at that gene pool.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for Rome. Lucius?
Yeah, me too, man.
Wolchuk?
Gosh, I hate you guys so much. I'm going for Eric.
Yeah, it's a quality nominee there. Check the ankles, Brian.
Bleep yourself,
You know what I'm going to do?
Ray Charles used to check the wrist.
Yeah, the wrist.
He was blind. He feel that
He
wrist.
feel that wrist. He sure
You
could.
can be butt ugly as long as you lean for Rick. That's all he cared about.
Dawson, can I let the fans decide this one?
You can do whatever the hell you want, Brian.
I'm going to vote for Eric.
Okay.
Oh,
We're tied at 2. Jump on
Let's
to
do the right thing.
at G-Bag Nation. I'm going to create an Insta poll here during the break, let you vote on it, and then we'll come back and have Krusty's Corner and announce the winner. Brian, where are you taking us in the corner?
Yeah, it's Friday, and I've got a game for my guys. We'll do that next.
I want to chat Window Nation, but
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Jim Rome's reign of terror is over. Eric Chiafalo has done it, 62 to 38%. He is your new G-Bag of the Day champion and a vote off as determined by the Tolos there at G-Bag Nation on X. You can follow us all when you get there. All of our Twitter handles are in the bio. Time now for The Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this. With the Olympics around the corner, my game for you today, we're hearing a lot about the Olympic basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
My game for you, gentlemen, is: are these U.S. Olympic basketball players? I'm going to give you a name, and you're going to tell me, was this guy an Olympic basketball player? We good?
Yeah, let's do it. For the USA?
For the USA.
We're good.
Oh, should be easy.
We're good. All right. Here we go. I'll start with you, Wolchuk.
Okay.
Bob Boozer. Bob Boozer. Was he an a U.S. Olympic basketball player?
I know Carlos Boozer. I think Bob Boozer was a swimmer. So I'm going to say no.
Lucius Bob Boozer.
Yeah, I've never heard of this guy. I'm sorry. I don't mean any disrespect to you, but I've never heard of this man.
Bob Boozer? No way in hell, Brian. Good try.
Bob Boozer was an Olympic basketball player in 1960.
1960.
Oh, the amateur era.
Yeah. This is what you're dealing with, boys. Better bring the A game. Better bring it today. You never know.
By A game, do you mean Googling?
I'm not saying don't Google.
Hey,
okay, no Googling.
All right, I got Google up.
No, don't.
Perfect.
Let's
go. Give me the names, Brian.
Lucius.
Yeah.
Bimbo Coles.
Ooh.
Bimbo Coles. Olympic basketball player or not?
No.
Bimbo Coles.
Dawson.
I'm gonna say yes on the '88 team, last team before the pros.
Okay, well, you haven't sounded really confident.
Yeah, he's bluffing you, bro.
He is. I've learned this as well. But Bimbo Coles, I feel like is a name to try and draw us off here from Brian. I'm just going to go with yes, he's a basketball player.
Bimbo Coles, 1988 Olympic basketball team.
Wow! He knew that one. Let's go, G.
Trickery.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Mike Conley.
Oh, come on.
Mike Conley.
Yeah. I'll say yes on Conley.
Wooly.
2012 team. 2016 team.
Wooly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if Conley was actually on the Olympic team, though. I'm going to go with yes, he was.
Lucius.
For the third time, no.
Mike Conley. He was a triple jumper in the 1996 Olympics.
Wow.
Oh, you're talking about daddy.
Oh.
Talking about his daddy.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't say junior. That's fair.
Oh, God.
You good?
Yeah, Tolo Tiffany, we do need some help. Tolo
good.
Tiffany, give us the help, please.
We're good?
It's not too bad.
I mean, for y'all.
I'm ready to punch him in the face, too, Lucius.
I'm struck out.
Smirk.
I mean, it's nothing as bad as the Elgin Baylor question so far. So
Yeah, that was a rigged question.
Okay.
Okay.
Lucius.
Yes, sir.
John Koncak.
What? What Koncak?
John Koncak.
Cheating.
Koncak. Yes, John Koncak on the middle.
For the United States, it's Koncak. Koncak.
No.
This guy Koncak, he's really screwing up. We got to let the pros back in the Olympics. I'll say mid 80s, 84 Olympics maybe. Or did we boycott those games? No, 84 LA.
80. We boycotted the 80 once. I could have gone to 80 and just
been the lone representative.
Yeah.
Hey, look at me.
Look at me. Look at me. You said yes, Dawson?
Yeah, I think yes, 84.
I don't think this is a real person. I'm saying fart.
John Koncak. 1984 Olympics.
Okay, well, I'm not going to say no anymore.
John Koncak went to school at SMU, by the way.
Koncak.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Proud of you for knowing that, Brian.
John, I'm sorry. And for the Koncak family, I thought you were made up.
Lucius.
Yeah.
Jeff Henderson.
That sounds too plain to be an Olympic basketball guy. No.
Look it up.
That's like 5 no's in a row, bro.
Dawson. Jeff Henderson.
Oh, Jeff.
Okay, so my theory is that in order for this to be an Olympian, you'd have to go back in the 60s or 70s when there was not many dudes named Jeff out there.
Yeah.
Jeff's a new name.
Mm-hmm.
Not a 60s and 70s name. That is not an Olympian baller.
Wooly.
Dawson's on fire. I'm following the lead here. I'm going not a baller.
Why can't you be your own man over there?
I am being my own man, and I'm being smart.
All right. Jeff Henderson. He was a long jumper.
I knew.
In the
As soon as he
2016.
started lashing out, I knew it was a correct answer.
Yep.
He was a long jumper. He's a
True
gold
tell.
medalist.
No, don't follow him.
Gold
Be your own
medalist.
man.
Gold medalist in the 2016 games.
Jumper.
Dawson.
Let's go.
Phil Ford.
Yeah.
Phil Ford.
I think he was on that team that was robbed. 76. Phil Ford. Maybe 72.
Don't look at me. I don't know.
All right. I won't look at you.
I'm saying yes because I've been saying too many no's. Just got to
Playing that game now, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm averaging out.
Okay. Phil Ford there, Wooly.
Phil Ford sounds like he was an Olympic basketball player, yeah.
Phil Ford. 1976. Olympic basketball player.
There we go.
North Carolina.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Board.
Yeah.
There we go, Lucius.
Put one on the board.
Here you go, Penny.
Last
Come
one.
back season.
Leave here with my damn dignity at least.
Last one.
What that
Lucius.
mouth do?
Whoa.
You want to take that one back?
No.
Okay.
I'm my own man, Brian.
How about this one then for you?
Brian, you got it with that one. That's the third time he referenced that.
Nah, he's a little upset.
Yeah, you got it.
Wooly. JoJo White.
JoJo White. I'm going to say not an Olympic basketball player. I think he was an athlete in another event.
Lucius.
Yes.
Dawson.
Yeah.
1968.
That's right.
JoJo White was an
68.
Olympic basketball
Gosh,
player.
I should have done my
Boston
68
Celtics,
research.
right?
And if your name is JoJo, you're fast automatically.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe
Athletic
track and
name.
thick.
Yep.
Way better than Phil Ford.
Thin ankles.
Yeah, thin ankles on JoJo right there.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Better than Phil Ford.
There he goes. Brian brought us the corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. NFL News Today coming up next. Where are you taking it?
Yes, we do have Fergie getting snubbed. Josh Jacobs slams the Raiders culture, and the bolt is open. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We'll be talking hoop coming up at 3:30. How the Stars are making TV history coming up at 3:20. Cowboys in an hour. Right now, it's time for Wolchuk's NFL news of the day. Here he is, Zach.
ESPN snubbing my guy, Jeremy Fowler, and the rest of you execs, coaches, and so said scouts that are voting on the top 10 tight ends for 2024. I got a bone to pick with you. I got a really mean email being sent your way.
Bone picker.
Oh, yeah, I'm watchdogging their list here, Brian.
Get them.
We had Jake Ferguson listed as an honorable mention. He is not among the top 10 tight ends in the National Football League. They write when it comes to Fergie from an NFC scout. Ferguson broke out in year 2 with 761 yards, including 425 after the catch, which ranked top 5 among tight ends. He's a fierce competitor, has some swag to him, seems to have chemistry with Dak Prescott. He's a gamer.
Mm-hmm.
Other honorable mentions, Trey McBride, who I would argue also will definitely be a fixture in the top 10. Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, Cole Kmet of the Bears, and Kyle Pitts of the Falcons. Yeah, Freiermuth, Cole Kmet could end up having a breakout with a better quarterback here in Caleb Williams. Here are the top 10 tight ends that they've listed ahead of Fergie. You tell me, Fergie or this guy? Number 10, Dalton Schultz of the Houston Texans.
Much rather have Jake. Thank you.
Same.
See what Dalton can do. Dalton Shorts.
Number 9, Evan Engram of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I've been kind of waiting. I mean, he went to Jacksonville. But remember how we were always waiting for him at the Giants to be, and he just never really could get
Never emerged. Has been much better with Jacksonville.
Much better with Jacksonville.
He has.
Probably rather have Evan Engram.
It's fine. Number 8, Dalton Kincaid, the rookie out of Buffalo.
Probably go Dalton Kincaid there.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
stats were better for Fergie, but I do think Kincaid's about to have a breakout year. He might end up being the leading target getter there in Buffalo. So, hey, big fan of Dalton Kincaid. I thought he was tight end 1 last year's draft class.
You're getting more strength, Kincaid.
7, Dallas Goedert of the Eagles.
Yeah, I'll take Ferguson.
I'm going to take Ferguson as well. I think his upside is higher than Goddard.
Yeah. Goddard get hurt a lot.
He does. He does get hurt. Availability issues.
6 years in the league, probably coming up on 30 here pretty quick. I don't know. I'd say it's about a push for who's going to have the better season next year, but I'd rather have Ferguson.
6 is David Njoku of the Cleveland Browns.
Did he finally get it going?
Yeah.
He had 882 yards, 6 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He had a couple of really big games, but he's still very inconsistent. But he played much better with Joe Flacco.
So more yards than Ferguson had?
Yes.
More touchdowns than Ferguson had?
I believe he had more touchdowns.
Okay. Yeah, and Njoku, maybe around top 10 is fair right now for Ferguson. I mean, he is a one-dimensional tight end. And if you're going to be that kind of guy, maybe your numbers really need to be above and beyond.
Are you going in the order of 10 to up? Is that what
I'm going up. TJ Hawkinson is 5. Sam Laporta is 4.
I was wondering. Yeah, I was wondering.
Mark Andrews is 3. George Kittle is 2. And Travis Kelce is 1.
Njoku had 6 touchdowns last year.
Not sniffing the top 5, that's for sure.
I'm taking Ferguson over Njoku. Njoku's been wildly inconsistent his entire career.
Kincaid had 2 touchdowns.
Ferguson had a better year than Kincaid last year.
Cole Kmet had 6 touchdowns. And Ferguson, as you mentioned, had 5. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, I liked Kincaid coming out.
I loved Kincaid coming out. I think Kincaid's about to have a monster season.
Yeah.
But that's a projection. If we're just going off of body of work, and I do think Jake Ferguson's going to have a better season this year. I don't know how you put Kincaid over Fergie right now. I'd probably have put him at 6 on this list. I'd have put him ahead of Njoku. I'd have put him ahead of Dallas Goedert. For right now, I'd have had him over Kincaid, and Kincaid could surpass him because I love Dalton Kincaid as well.
Goddard had 3 touchdowns.
Dalton Schultz, he's definitely ahead of Ingram. Also, one-dimensional type of player. He does not block either. And I'm okay. Evan Ingram's interesting. But, man, I think Jake Ferguson's got to hire more talent. I think he's going to end up being better than Evan Ingram as well.
Evan Ingram had 114 receptions last year.
Yeah, he had 143 targets, which was among the most of all tight ends.
He was. I'm just looking at next gen stuff. He's right at 80% catch.
Yeah,
I guess that's what the number showed.
Yeah,
right?
he had 19 more catches than any other tight end. Trevor Lawrence definitely had him as his
But
top
it's funny.
target.
He had 114 receptions for only 963 yards, which is kind of. I don't know if that's a lot of work for not going very far, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think they've got probably 4 tight ends on this top 10 that I would not have Jake Ferguson over. But, hey, Fergie's got a chance to go out there and prove it this year. And I think he will. I think those numbers are going to be big. Now, this was Josh Jacobs, who was talking with the Greenlight podcast. And there's been a lot of Raider stuff that's coming out now because Devontae Adams is on the show receiver. So he's been running the media gauntlet. And he said he was part of the decision to bench Jimmy Garoppolo last year. He said, well, my opinion on that was I signed off on that, and that's just the reality of it. You know, I love Jimmy, and he's a great guy, but something had to happen in order for us to have a chance down the stretch and in order for me to remain a Raider, in all honesty. So he's like, I'm probably going to get out of here if Jimmy's going to stay the quarterback because that thing wasn't working. But Josh Jacobs, who left the Raiders, went to Green Bay, where Devontae Adams decided, I'm leaving Green Bay, I'm going to the Raiders. He had this to say about his exit.
Was it hard for you in that 4 or 5 year period at the beginning of your career to say, like, am I ever going to get out? Was that stressful?
No, definitely. Like, and that went in part to me leaving. I'm like, man, coming from Alabama, like, I went to championship every year I was there. I remember coming to the league and losing my first game, and I was mad, not talking to nobody, and a vet come up to me and like, this the NFL, like, you gonna lose. I'm like, so y'all cool with losing? It was so different. Then the most frustrating thing about it all, you got me, you know, Tay and Max. You got guys that come in every day and work hard, and you don't get the results. Every year you close, but it's not winning. I want me to come back on a discount and lose. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, it seems like they really just have a culture problem.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
it's been that way
Antonio
for a long
Pierce is
time.
fixing that. I don't know.
He could. You know, it's going to take a transcendent coach and quarterback, though. And they keep, you know, trying to get guys that have a chance of being pretty good, but they have a long track record of already being mediocre. You know, I don't know why they're hanging on to guys or bringing in new guys. Just keep drafting them until you find the transcendent guy to go with your right coach.
They've run through some general managers now. You look at their team and the way their team's constructed, and I mean, Reggie McKenzie's been there. You know, we had the guys from New England come through there. You know, Mike Mayock came through there. You know, that's an organization that really has no stability when it comes to the front office direction. Seems like they bring a guy in, and then 2 years later, the guy's gone. You know, Mike Mayock, for all those draft picks that he had, boy, he had some terrible drafts. You know, and their team's paying for it right now. I mean, they make the trade, you know, and they ship off that edge, you know, to the Bears, and next thing you know, they get all those picks, and they don't do anything with them.
No, and I mean, now they've got Aiden O'Connell, and you got Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
That's your competition. And granted, Gardner Minshew seems like the perfect Raider type of quarterback.
Sure.
I think Aiden O'Connell is going to win that job. But my goodness gracious, that has been I'm hopeful that Antonio Pierce did an excellent job the second half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he is the right guy, much like Dan Campbell in Detroit, to finally change the losing mentality and build a winner there. But Devontae Adams is looking foolish for leaving Green Bay. I mean, I know you got the bag, man. Supposedly Green Bay was willing to match that thing, and he just said, I want to go play with Derek Carr. And as soon as Derek Carr left, it's like, dude, you should have been trying to force your way out of there.
I kind of felt like that he was heading for to get back on the West Coast. And I know Las Vegas is, you know, not
very quick flight, though.
Yeah.
45 minutes to the Bay.
Fresno guy, you know, I think that he clearly was, you know, it's tough living in Green Bay, man. It's you know, hey, if you're all about football, though, it's the best place in the world to be. But if you have other interests outside life and stuff, it's not one of the best places to be.
No, not at all. We also have the Chargers. Now, you remember Harbaugh was going ahead and living in the RV life.
Yeah.
While he's waiting for the Chargers facility to go ahead and be finished. Well, they put this out. They've opened the bolt is what they're calling it. And I sent this over to Carter. You might be able to put this up on the fan cam if you're watching on Twitch on YouTube. But team's new $150,000 square foot training facility is now open, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. The facility is on 14 acres of land. It includes 3 natural grass practice fields, a locker room, equipment room, training space, medical space, weight room, hydrotherapy room, steam room, recovery room, and a sauna. It's 3 levels. It also has a barber, player lounges, a rehab pool, a fire pit, outdoor televisions, and a grill if the teams want to hang out there. But they certainly went ahead and made the most of the wait to build this thing because they've been in LA. What is this, like year 4 that we're going on with the Chargers?
At least.
Yeah.
It's taken a while.
Look at that killer pizza oven they made, Brian. It's like the dome is like a Chargers helmet.
It looks badass.
It's a classy spot. I think you said 150 grand though. That must have been at least 150 mil.
No, 150,000 square feet.
150,000 square feet.
Yeah, I don't know how much it costs to make. Yeah. I mean, that's got to be millions of dollars, don't you think?
Billions, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
With all
absolutely
all that square footage and all that acreage.
It
in that
looks
area.
really cool. It really, really does. The University of Oklahoma is entering a new venture as they have signed, remember Curtis Lofton, or Jake Rosenberg, who used to be friends with the Eagles, GM Howie Roseman?
Mm-hmm.
He left. Now he's going to Oklahoma. So he was the former Eagles vice president of football administration, and now he is going to join OU over there. So
probably raising money.
Maybe. You think that's what it is? Like boosters?
Well, I think maybe some business strategies and things like that. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, he played a vital role with the Eagles. He spent 12 seasons there, essentially served as GM Howie Roseman's right-hand man during that span, had oversight on player signings and acquisitions, salary cap management, and contract negotiations. So, yeah, he's a numbers guy. Yeah. There's no question about that. So we'll see what impact he's able to make there at Oklahoma as a member of the Sooners. Now, how much money do you think the city of Detroit generated thanks to the NFL draft? And that thing was packed all 3 days.
$1.5 billion.
Billion? Whew.
No, I'm sorry. 75 million.
75. Thank you. $1.5 billion would have overshot it by quite a bit, and I wasn't that quite.
I'm going to say they did $28 million.
$213 million
Whoa, there we
is
go.
what the NFL draft generated for the Detroit area. Pretty substantial there. They had 75% come from visitors.
There you go.
So a lot of people came out of town.
And some people said they'll never come back.
They probably won't. I don't think that there's a ton of destination around there.
We got this thing in Green Bay next year, right? The draft in Green Bay.
And I feel like that's also a bucket list venue. Like for people that can't pay or it's hard to find tickets to go to a Packer game.
Yeah.
I can go check out Lambeau Field. I can see the Green Bay Packer Hall of Fame, and I can go experience the NFL draft. That's probably going to be pretty cool.
I just wonder where they're going to put everybody. I mean, I haven't been to Green Bay in a while. I admit it. But I just don't know if they have the hotel space to do this. You know, I mean, and I mean, maybe some people are going to have to stay in Milwaukee, which is like traveling from Dallas to Waco.
It's
about
like
90 miles. Yeah, about an hour and a half, you know. So I just don't know where everybody's going to stay. I mean, even teams that play visiting football there don't stay in Green Bay. You know, so they stay in Appleton at the Paper Valley Inn.
The Appleton, man.
Appleton, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell is
not happy.
Not happy at all, as a judge ordered the NFL last month to pay $4.7 billion in damages. He said, quote, "We obviously disagree with the jury verdict, and we are committed, obviously, to following the legal process. It's a long process, and we're aware of that, but we feel very strongly about our position, our policies, particularly on media. We make our sport available to the broadest possible audience. Sunday Ticket is just a complimentary product. We're committed to following the litigation all the way and making sure that we get this right." So I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll hold off on trying to pay this out. Or they try and go back and forth over this?
Yeah, as they appeal it, I'm sure they're not going to make a payment. But what are they found liable for exactly?
What was the ruling of that? I think it was the bars that were like they were overcharging basically for households and bars. Like I think that they could have offered less money overall for the product, but they were overcharging people to pay for this.
So people were paying for it. They were charging it. That seems like supply and demand. That seems like whatever the market can handle. This doesn't seem American.
They
that you've been
violated
told you've charged too
antitrust
much.
laws in, in distributing out-of-market Sunday afternoon games on the subscription service.
Well, once you get into antitrust law,
See,
you're
that's
talking
what
about
I'm
a
saying.
layer of regulation.
Yeah,
that
but they're
is un-American by itself.
Yeah, like professional sports, that they fight not to lose the antitrust issues from professional sports.
Gives them like some tax exemption, like they're a church.
Huge, huge.
But the bars were the one that were really suing them, and they won. I mean, they won the case. So you're right, though. I mean, they're going to hold off as long as they can to pay that because, I mean, to your point, was it $450 million we said for each team? It's a lot of money.
I guarantee you that the McCaskey family in Chicago is calling Roger Goodell right now and say, what did we just do? What did we just do?
Yeah, you guys.
Well, thank you, Bully. Every afternoon, 3 o'clock, you get your NFL news of the day. Speaking of sports on TV, how the Stars are making history by bringing you their games for free and how it could signal a sports TV golden era, but for the fans this time. That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here. The Stars are making some sports broadcast history here with this new streaming deal. I wanted to bring it up, especially as Charles Barkley went viral for his thoughts about how streaming is bad for people. But I think maybe it has been. Maybe it's been bad for regular fans that have to pay extra. But I think the tide is about to turn on that, and we're entering a sports on TV golden era here for fans. Maybe unlike anything we've ever seen. It's like when, sports were on TV for free, but you're actually going to get all the games. Kind of like sports on radio.
Yeah.
But on the internet, I think is what we're looking at right here, which is, always the way it should have been. Segment is brought to you by Window Nation. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Great piece in the morning news here, Brian, on the A-Parent Media Group that's done this deal with the Stars.
I'm curious to ask you guys this question. How often do you go watch other games? Like if a game is on that Peacock, it's the Jets and the Dolphins. Are you going to saddle up and go watch games? Are you more likely to watch a game that might be streaming on something?
When
like
it comes
that?
to watching other games, it's got to be on my apps,
See, that's what I'm saying.
not going to go hunt you down.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
only hunting down for my team's games.
I just there was a time, I guess, growing up, and I'm sorry, I'm 60 years old, I admit it. But I just I knew my games were either on CBS, NBC, ABC growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
And I kind of appreciate that, but
because you knew where they were going to be.
Yeah.
Now people don't.
That's the problem I have. I find myself, if the game was on one of those stations, and now because of Fox and, ESPN and others, I'll watch. But if I have to go hunt the game and it's the Dolphins and the Jets or whatever, I'm not doing it.
No.
I'm not doing it at all.
And I think this story kind of addresses that. I'll kind of skip down to that part. In 2018, that the parent company, A-Parent Media Company, that has launched this deal with the Stars where it's going to stream for free on your own app.
Right.
They were streaming and charging a subscription fee for children's streaming content, right? We're doing streams for kids. What they found is in 2018, the market hit a subscription fatigue point.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to, pay for another thing, and they didn't want to have to go chase it down.
Right.
Their content was in too many spots, and having to pay for it on top of that, they're like, I'm having to pay to not know where all my stuff is, just forget it.
Yeah.
Right? They hit that point where, like, I've had it up to here with you, and it hit like a tipping point. And that is when they came up with the idea, hey, instead of charging customers for this, let's put the responsibility for paying back on the advertisers.
Yeah.
Like happened with over-the-air TV in our childhoods.
Right.
And happens in radio right now.
Sure.
But, cable and satellite had kind of squeezed it out. And then when the streamers kind of took over, they were trying to get the best of both worlds. We're gonna play ads every 10 minutes and charge you $8, $10, $15, $20, and that business model has lost momentum, which gloriously brings us to this moment in time where that Stars deal was just announced, I believe, on Monday. First of its kind deal to bring live games of a major pro sports team to fans at no cost, and ending the 25-year partnership with Bally's and Fox Sports Southwest before it. But that's how long we had been in that model. Yeah, quote, in 2018, at that point, says the spokesman for a parent media group, we recognized there was subscription fatigue. Families were not willing to pay for another subscription, and that was in 2018 we saw this. So at first it was cool to drop $5 or $10 on Netflix or Disney.
Yeah.
We're just adding a little bit, but it got to be too much. And I love it because it's become so complicated and costly to try to track down all your different streaming services to get your games. I think it's the reason that a lot of people have decided to get into pirating, right?
Yeah.
And maybe this is a response from the streaming companies like, we're going to lose all these people to pirating if we make this too complicated and too expensive. So team number one has gone in the direction, and the guy's name is Gruninger. He believes that other teams, other leagues are going to head in this direction, and they're already reaching out to him. The reason the Stars are first, he's been friends with Stars CEO Brad Alberts for years. And Alberts was watching how the kid programming was a big success. Then they did a deal with Dude Perfect to generate content for them out of their Frisco HQ. And that's when he saw that maybe it was ready for the next big step. And then the next topic is Gruninger says he's just excited for the Stars right now. He says, we need to ensure that other fans that have never experienced hockey can experience it for the first time. He's talking about how when ESPN went away and it got super convoluted, the NHL and the Stars took a huge step back, almost to like FC Dallas and MLS territory, as far as being, an obscure fourth or fifth sport instead of having its proper place and its proper accessibility. He says, we've alienated them by not ensuring access. They're celebrating their fans locally. It's a dream come true for me as a leader in streaming to bring this to Stars fans. So again, I think it's a big win. Charles Barkley, I thought had some pretty good points when he was talking about how streaming has made it more difficult for the everyday fan to access their teams.
Sure.
And I think maybe he was a little bit off when he was thinking about the cost. Like an old school digital cable subscription, when they were at their heyday, they were getting you for $150 or $200 if you wanted everything, and that was insanity.
Mm-hmm.
But the way this thing has evolved now, it's going to push teams to get their own, put it for free, and then maybe even the leagues as well having their own app. And the advertisers win big here because the people who are actually passionate about that sport can get it, can tune in, and then be exposed to whatever products and services you're trying to hawk to them. So everybody wins here.
So how do I pay the $18 not to have to look at the ads?
Right? Can I get the ad-free version?
Like if you have YouTube.
I do that in YouTube. I pay premium on YouTube just so I don't have to watch the ads. So if, and that's.
I might have to do the same thing with the baby now. She loves that baby Einstein, and then as soon as the commercial starts, she starts crying.
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
Oh, really?
Oh, no. Yeah, she's like zoned, like the colors and everything. Yeah. She's loving watching that right
I remember
now.
Abby bringing that up when she was little. Like, I don't want to watch regular TV. It's got commercials.
Yeah.
Like, I hear you.
I like what they're doing, but then if you give me the option where I don't have to pay to watch the ads,
Yeah.
Totally in.
I think ads are so built into American sport now that I don't know if I would pay for it, because what are you going to be doing while you're running the ads? With regular TV shows, you're just skipping to the next segment. In a game, I gotta chill for 2 minutes one way or another.
I've seen this in the pirating thing, because I've watched baseball before, and the pirating thing I was at someone's house and they had the pirating thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching it, and when it goes to commercial, it just puts up we'll be back.
Oh, like we'll be right back.
We'll be right
back. It
back.
doesn't actually
You'd
show
rather have that
than
I would rather have that than the ads.
You just hate watching the ads?
I just don't want to watch the ads. And here I am.
My dad's the same way. He hits mute every time it goes to commercial.
But I understand that ads pay our bills.
Yeah.
I totally get
For
that.
sure, absolutely.
I totally understand that.
But if you're paying for the TV and also they're running ads, that's greedy.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen a
Yes.
significant correction in that market.
Agreed. If you're paying for the product, I'm with you 100%. All right, let's slide in for a quick rim sesh here, if you guys don't mind. We can. We don't really have a lot of time, so we can skip the intro here. But I did have Jaylen Brown. We talked about this yesterday. Not on Team USA.
Yeah.
So, of course, Jason Tatum's in like a very uncomfortable position here, because it's his teammate Derek White who is on the team, but then his teammate Jaylen Brown not on the team. So he gets asked about this. Here was the awkward interaction. Reporters, Jaylen Brown, do you think he said or did the right thing here?
No.
Is it tough not having Jaylen here?
Yeah. I mean, it's so many guys that could, take that last spot or whatever. So, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't think you can win if you're Jason Tatum in this situation, because you can't come out and be like, yeah, I really wish Jaylen Brown was here. But then that means you're also current teammate with the Celtics and on Team USA, Derek White. Like, you don't want to slight him at all. Like, he's not deserving.
I put this on Grant Hill.
Yeah,
I would absolutely say, listen, I'm here just to play basketball. I'm trying to win a gold medal. We have a great history here of putting these things away. I'm proud to play for this country. That's a question for Grant Hill. I'm here, though, to try and get along with my teammates, do the best I can, really enjoy the experience, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Put it on Grant Hill. Hey, that's not a question for me. That's a question for Grant Hill, who's running this thing.
Since the original Dream Team, when Isaiah Thomas was, not considered, and they put Clyde Drexler in because Michael Jordan didn't like Isaiah Thomas, this has been a topic, and I think it's a very fair thing to wonder. Maybe I've spent the last 7 months with this guy, 8 months with this guy, won a championship. We're not always best of friends. If Team USA came to Tatum and said, "Hey, who do you want on the team?" and he said Derek White, it's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah.
It's a tough question to answer. I like what Brian said, like maybe be more ready for the question.
Yeah.
Because it's coming.
It's coming 100%. And that's why like a lot of people are saying that Jason Tatum didn't handle this correctly. Like he is trying to dodge it. But to me, I'm like, I feel for him in this scenario.
For sure.
I don't know if there's really if he says one thing, I think that people are going to come after him. If he says the other, I think people are going to come after him.
Just like I said, I'm not running the U.S. basketball.
Yeah, this isn't my decision.
This is not my decision.
I'd love to play with both guys.
I'm here to play basketball.
Okay.
I'm here, and that's a Grant Hill question.
Yeah.
That's a Steve Kerr question. That's not a question for me.
I also think players can handle a little bit of honesty. Like if you say, listen, it's our best against their best, and I would rather have a guy who's a significantly better player, and that's no offense to Derek White. But if you need a big stop, if you're in transition, if you're in isolation, if it gets kicked to the corner for the three, if you need a rebound, there is not a single thing that Derek White does better than Jaylen Brown.
No, I mean,
that's just facts.
He was the best player on that championship team. He just won Finals MVP.
It's bizarre.
It is. It really, really is. LeBron did confirm that this will be his final Olympics. He said he will not be competing. He will not be there for the 2028 LA games. I'm sure there'll be an itch when the time comes around since it is in LA, but he says this is his final ride when it comes to Team USA play.
Let 2 years pass and him still be at a high level. Like Messi said the same thing after the World Cup. And now he's like, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm still going to ball.
I know.
Argentine team.
I'll believe that when I see it, LeBron, with how well he's able to maintain his physical condition. Last bit of audio I wanted to get to, we've talked a lot about the clipped show that was on FX that is finished now. I know I watched it. Lucius watched it. I think Eric watched a little bit of it. Did you end up getting into it at all?
I
Brian?
was no, I didn't. And what'll happen is I'll circle back because it happens on TikTok. All the clips,
you'll see the clips,
and I'm like, okay, I need to watch. I did it with the Lakers show.
I'm just now watching Dexter myself, so maybe sometime in the 2030s.
Your time's consumed. It's an easy watch. I think it was like 8 episodes long, and or maybe even 6, and that was about it. But here was Baron Davis telling a locker room story about former Clippers owner Donald Sterling.
With Sterling, he used the team as like almost like his duck off, like his little duck off business.
Okay.
And not that he was racist, he was a hate everybody is.
So it wasn't even that he just hated black people, he hated everybody.
Well, he hated everybody. He probably hated himself. He was delusional and hateful. So he would say anything to anybody. Man, he brought some old-ass ladies in at the end of the one of the games. It's like 7 old-ass white ladies, right? And he walked in the locker room, we had one. He was like, man, you wait for them to get in the shower. And then he pointed at me, and he was like, especially him. Like, you should. And this lady was just hanging out at my locker room. And she just talking like, where are you from? Oh, you went there? Where are you from? So you're waiting for me to get up. You know what I mean? Like, it was foul, bro. It was like, I could have sued for sexual harassment.
Facts. That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah, bro, trauma, all that.
That's crazy.
Hey, bro, it was the worst.
But, man, you watch the show, it's like, I believe.
Oh, yeah, you 100% did that.
Like, dude, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, smacked them on the behinds and they walked by. Turn around, take a little circle for my guys here.
Unbelievable.
For my guest.
Donald just seemed like the biggest scum on planet Earth, man. I can't believe the NBA let him run a team. That is crazy. But, of course, that was with Draymond Green on Draymond Green's podcast. But just
hell of a show.
Unbelievable. And I recommend watching Clipped. It is pretty jaw-dropping what went down, especially if you don't remember what happened during that whole story.
I recommend watching that Dexter, too. Pretty good show. Last night, he got the cop that killed her own family.
Vigilante guy?
Oh, yeah. He get it. He looks like Greg Olson, too, the tight end.
Yeah.
Which kind of threw me off at first. I couldn't quite put my finger on it because he plays like a geeky nerd little guy, but he's got that jaw line and he's always kicking people's ass. It's kind of an interesting show. Okay, biggest L, biggest dub time, Wolchuk. What you got?
Yeah, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some personal victories? Where have you taken some L's as well? We got Bluebell, Mike Leach, Kangaroos, and Goose Poo. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Welcome back, Nation. The C-Note's coming up at 4 o'clock. We're going to do some Cowboys, Brian. That sound good to you?
Yeah, how neighborly are you, by the way?
You know the answer to that.
You wave though. Hi, how you doing? Hi. Keep moving.
Yes.
Yeah, that kind of guy.
My neighbor.
Taking care of my cat.
Meow.
My neighbor just asked me. She left her trash bag. She forgot to take it down to the dumpster.
Oh, okay.
And left it outside her door. And she just texted me and asked me if I'd take it out for her.
So what'd you say?
Well, sure. But I mean, I was just I was thinking of Dawson, like.
Ooh, yes.
Like Dawson.
The neighbor would never have my phone number. Yeah.
Yeah. I would, it's funny because, like I say, I try to be helpful, but then I should probably take your approach.
Yeah.
Like,
now you end up having to do a lot of things.
Like now I have to walk the trash all the way down to the
My brother's the opposite. He's friends with all of his neighbors. They have like a fire pit and a cul-de-sac. Yeah. And they have a great social scene going on in their neighborhood. And when I visit, I'm kind of envious of it, but I've never been able to, get any sort of fellowship going around that. I'm just a little too private, I think.
Around the fire pit, are you there for like 2 minutes and people are starting to talk to you and you just immediately just wish you were like somewhere else?
I mean, it's kind of one of those deals where I'm on vacation, so I'm just hanging out, make the most of it.
You're with Sonny.
But they're all
like
drinking.
lost.
They're all drinking and having a good time, and I'm like, man, this seems fun. I tip my cap to those people that can get that sort of spirit going around that community in there.
Does your brother explain that you're not a fun guy? I mean, does he
I'm a fun guy.
Does he give like the other neighbors like a heads up? Like, listen, my brother is.
He stopped drinking a few years.
Oh no, he's having a good time. Trust me. Yeah, he's having a good time. He always acts like that.
Dawson's
just him.
Dawson's over there just wandering around.
You
by
don't think
himself.
I could even be cordial and and social for a while?
I think it's really hard for you.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I mean, and
It's not enjoyable.
No, it's like to me.
But he can do it. We've seen him do it.
I kind of appreciate it about you because I'm like the total opposite. I'm like hey, what's it go? I'm overly happy to see it kind of guy.
Yeah.
But I kind of wish I was a guy.
6 stories later.
Yeah,
Kinda
I wish
keep
I
to
was
yourself.
Yeah, I wish I was a guy that like, listen, don't talk to me, please.
I mean, there's an upside and a downside to it.
Yeah.
I'll say that. I know coming up at 4:00 we'll have the C note. There's some good news. There's some bad news in the Cowboys. Time now for a biggest L and biggest dub. Here's Wolchuk.
Let's do it. Where have you taken some personal victories lately? Where have you taken some L's along the way? It's time for biggest L, biggest dub.
Oh yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah.
This week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Big time dub for all of us. We're all Bluebell ice cream lovers, and Dawson's like 50% getting a dub here. The other 50%, he's not going to try this ice cream.
Oh, I saw this.
Oh, is it like cheesecake ice cream?
Yep, we've got a new cookies and cream cheesecake ice cream that's arriving in stores beginning yesterday.
Oh,
so you can go ahead and try that. The flavor is rich cheesecake ice cream blended with chocolate cookies, crusted cheesecake pieces, and chocolate cream-filled cookies. It's available in the half-gallon and pint sizes for a limited time. So you would not give this a shot?
All it needs is some cream cheese.
I think
really
this
like
sounds absolutely delicious.
No, I would not try it. I tried many times to like cheesecake. I like cheese. I like cake. I don't know what's going on there. I would eat it and be like, oh, man, what's that taste?
But there's no cream cheese in this.
Yeah.
It's ice cream, right? There's cookies and just little cheesecake bites.
The cheesecake's been blended in there one way or another. I can detect this at 1 part per million. Wolchuk, you try to sneak some mayonnaise or cream cheese in there.
The
I'll
taste
taste
buds,
it. Yeah.
they fire off. They're like, no, thank you.
When I do Friday lunches for you guys, I have to think about Dawson and what I can add and what I can't add.
Well, your meatballs are A1, dude. Like, seriously, the best meatballs I've ever had.
No, thank you.
They really are. And I'm not.
I'm working on that. I'm trying to get better on that.
They are so delicious.
I like making the meatball subs for you guys because that's with love.
I could go just a bowl of meatballs.
Really?
And I'd be happy, yeah.
I'd like to figure out, make homemade pasta to go with that, too.
Ooh, now we're on to something.
Yeah.
Now we're on to it. 972 says chocolate ruins the cheesecake, so they're out on that. We also had a big dub, hopefully, for Mike Leach. May he rest in peace. But it sounds like the College Football Hall of Fame may grant Mike Leach an exemption over their eligibility rules. Now, we talked about
missing games
a while ago. Yeah, so they've got to have like a 600 winning percentage, and he's sitting right at .596. Obviously, that's not going to change, but if he had just been able to get like one more win.
He gave up some games at Mississippi State he shouldn't have.
Yeah, he'd have been eligible.
Always won at Tech, gave up games at Mississippi State.
But one member of the Hall of Fame, COO Matthew Sine, said Mike Leach is a unique case. The 3 schools he coached at were not easy.
Yeah.
His influence over the sport in high school and college, you have to take that into account. These will be things that get discussed, and we'll see where it goes. So hopefully maybe Mike Leach can be the exception to the rule here.
All right, is Les Miles going to jump in there now and say, wait a minute, but Les Miles shouldn't have gone to Kansas.
Well, yeah, that's what they could say. Les, go get yourself another head coaching job and get some more wins.
Yeah.
Like Mike Leach, unfortunately, doesn't have that ability.
We lost Mike. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise, who knows how his career would have ended up. He probably would have had over 600% win percentage. Yeah. It's a shame. Did you guys watch any of the ESPYs last night?
No, haven't watched it ever since the ESPYs has been the ESPYs.
Are we gonna get any ESPYs content for LA Live, Lucius?
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't watch any of it either, but I did hear that they took a big L at the end of the ESPYs. Nearing the end of the award show, ESPN glitched out and began showing an earlier presentation of the Muhammad Ali Humanitarian Award, which I guess went to Prince Harry.
Yeah.
So they had Rob Lowe.
I thought you were about to say Nathaniel
I was about to say Nathaniel Lowe.
I thought I go. He's about to say Nathaniel.
They
Lowe.
had Nathaniel Lowe out there, and he was presenting the final award of the night, which was to best team. And then all of a sudden, it glitches out. It shows Prince Harry speaking, and then the credits just roll. So nobody got to see who won the final award, but it was the South Carolina women's basketball team who went 39-0. They got the ESPY for best team. But I mean, come on, the entire award show. You're coming down to the final moment, biggest award, and you glitch out. What are we doing, ESPN? Figure this one out. Also, a big L for Pat Mahomes Sr. He's caught driving with an invalid license. This was 5 months after his 6th DWI arrest, which happened, I believe, right in between the week leading up to the Super Bowl.
Do you think Patrick wonders what goes on with his family a lot?
It's like my brother's doing weird things, and my dad just can't stop drinking and driving.
What's up?
It's weird stuff.
Dad's kind of a maniac, man. He sounds fun to party with.
He does. Bet he would. He'd probably be a fun.
Is he the guy
buddy.
that's always smoking the cigar?
Smoking the Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. Yeah, just take his keys for him. Not 254W last week went to 4 different ballparks in 7 days.
By the way, congrats to Pat. He and Brittany.
Yeah, I saw that.
Baby number 3.
That's awesome. Another Super
that's
Bowl
a dub.
baby.
Yeah.
Let's go. 541, biggest dub is getting to go to the All-Star Village this Sunday, hoping to get some autographs. Biggest L.
Drink some water if you can.
Tickets are expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. And make sure you stay hydrated.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
214, biggest dub. Matt Pittman spotted this morning at the Glen Heights Firehouse Tour. Had his meat church gear on and remembered him from an evening a few weeks back. That's our buddy Jason from Rowlett. And I heard
that's a great guy.
Big dub for the Firehouse Tour. It sounded like a blast out there. A ton of Tolos showing out, and as they should. And they,
some of our chalices.
Yeah,
made
hopefully you got
appearances.
some G-Bag Nation chalices.
Yeah, great.
Absolutely. Another L. San Jose State football is having a problem with goose poop
on the field.
Oh yeah, they think it's a lake.
So according to the Aztecs, geese routinely flock to their practice field and poop everywhere through the night.
Yeah.
So how are they addressing this problem? Well, to keep geese off of San Jose State's practice field, the school bought 4 fake plastic coyotes.
Oh.
And they placed them on the fields each night. The reason, the geese bleep everywhere. So they got tired of having to clean it up daily and move coyotes around each night to fool the geese. So far, they're buying it.
Nice.
These fake coyotes are keeping the geese away. So if you have a goose pooping problem, just go ahead and get yourself a fake coyote.
I'll tell you,
put it out
this
there.
is what we need over there at the Cooper Clinic. I need a fake coyote over there by the lake.
Go ahead and
scare
bring
them
one
away.
in one time.
Yeah.
It's a good move.
We have a poop problem on the track. On the
actual track.
You got to see me. I like zigzag sometimes on my walk because avoiding.
It's
the
a
poop.
substantial poop coming off
It
the
is.
goose.
It's almost like a half a cigar.
Is it a big one?
Yeah.
Man.
Like a
I
half
know.
cigar.
I know. Boise State has an issue there with their blue turf ducks flying into there, thinking they're a lake.
Yes, and dying.
They land and die.
No,
Yeah.
that one's tough. Well, speaking of animals,
I'd like to see a video of that.
you are a sick man, but I kind of would too.
Like they like circle, then they're coming in.
Yeah, they come in hot thinking they're landing in the water.
They hit like
and
the 38. And they hit on the 38 and end up on the 25.
Man,
it's not funny.
Big L, but maybe a big dub for this owner. There was a fugitive kangaroo who was captured in Germany 6 months after being on the run.
What?
50
Don't they mean
miles.
on the hop?
Far from the town in which he was supposed to be living. Yeah, this kangaroo's just been hopping about.
You got a sense of humor.
And they couldn't find it.
No, they couldn't find it. And I guess they finally did.
Is this in the German mountains? A small mountain town.
I don't know if it was in the German mountains. I'm not super familiar with Germany.
What was that? German mountains.
Survive the winter? I mean, the kangaroo survived the winter. Nice work.
I'm just telling you what, not messing with the kangaroo. I think I'd go after the
hippo. I think those kangaroos would kick your ass.
I think I'd go after the hippo.
They can kick.
I'd go after the hippo before I go for the kangaroo.
Well, the kangaroo is named Skippy, by the way, Dawson.
How about that the video of the guy with the dog that squares up on the kangaroo from about 10and years ago?
Oh, yeah. It's
guy's a freaking
video.
legend.
It is. There you go. There's biggest stuff.
Popped him right in the jaw. And then ran off with the dog had hit the kangaroo had his dog in a chokehold.
Yeah.
Like a little headlock on the side. Had him. He was done.
I'm telling you what.
Those kangaroos?
I'd mess with the hippo before the kangaroo.
Mm-hmm. You never know what's coming out of that pouch.
All right, we got to run, Nation. When we come back, it's time now for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. Would the Cowboys ever consider what this guy suggested they do this morning? It's next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M leasing with you, though, because it's the weekend.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have breaking news involving former Maverick Jaylen Brunson as he has signed that deal with the New York Knicks. It's a 4-year, $156 million extension. So congratulations to him. Well earned. I think it's about a $14 million a year raise based on off of what they already gave him to woo him off the Mavs a couple of years back. Nice job, JB. But, I mean, this is the hero that you want right here. This is $113 million guaranteed less than he could get for 1 year. He just wants to, be in New York, keep building there and give them the resources, to hopefully keep everybody around him.
Yeah, I wonder how much.
Very rare type of outlook.
It is. But he's now also playing with 3 or 4 of his Villanova buddies that he won championships with in college. And I wonder if he's looking around like, man, I want to make sure my guys are taken care of too. These are players that he played with for 4 years in college. Now they're actually playing winning basketball. They just added another one in Bridges. So, yeah, this is one where I think a lot of teams are looking at their superstars and thinking, damn, that's awesome. I wish my superstar would do that, but it's few and far between.
I do think it's the players that value the different things other than the most amount of money that are going to get the most satisfaction out of it. If it's never going to be enough, right, then you couldn't make enough to be satisfied by that.
True.
Your career's going to be wrapping up after making $500 million. You're going to be like, dang it, I should have got that extra $100 million. It's the guys that can take $25 or $40 million a year and build a sustainable financial portfolio out of it that's going to more than take care of them and their family for the rest of their lives that, are going to have the smoothest ride into retirement. But I don't know if I could do that. I really do not know, especially being a member of an organization like the Knicks or the Cowboys that just do not have a long history of proving that they're going to do with that money what is going to take you over the top. And there's been a lot of organizations that spend tons and tons of cash but just continuously fail. That was the Dodgers for a long time. It's the Orioles in Major League Baseball. I mentioned the Knicks and the Cowboys. And on top of that, it's just so difficult. There's 29 other teams. But the friendship thing is interesting. If you could guarantee me that instead of some random cast of characters circulating in and out of here, it's guys that I really like on and off the court, and maybe we can keep them around for a half decade or so, maybe there is real value in that.
I think it's brilliant what he's done. And I can understand, hey, you got to get what you get because you only have so many years to do this.
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant because he set himself up for life in New York. He's made himself, he's
fan fave.
He's endeared himself to the fans.
But it's $22 million less a year.
You know what though? It's one of those things there where he can make that up later in life. He can make it, and maybe he doesn't make up the full $22 million, but all of a sudden, he's a legend in New York City.
That buys you a lot.
It buys you a lot
with that media market like that.
It buys you the opportunity to be and again,
maybe you get a signature shoe out of it as well that could eat into that a lot.
Yeah. To me, he's making a lot of money to begin with, but he's thinking of the bigger picture. If I bring a championship to New York City, and what that means potentially for,
he's a legend.
Yeah.
And, he is.
I want to know who you're going to go get. I mean, they got Anunoby last year. They have a talented roster, and they weren't healthy in the playoffs. So maybe he feels like, man, we bring all this back healthy. Maybe we could be better than
I think
Boston.
he has to worry about Tibbs.
Well, it was funny because apparently he accidentally butt dialed Tibbs while he was hanging out with his buddies. He had a tweet about it. He was like,
"No way,
sorry guys, I'll see you later." Like he's about to get canned based on what he said. But I think you're right. Tom Thibodeau, he has a history of his teams flaming out in the postseason. I mean, that goes back to Chicago.
He rides them hard, plays them a lot,
and it happened again with all the injuries that they dealt with in this
like
postseason.
Parcells.
Yes,
Man, to me, if you can afford to do it, and he's a young guy, he's looking at his situation and saying, you know what, I'll have another crack at this. I'll give up this, but you could see what Dirk did, and it got him a championship and all that. And Dirk's legendary in Dallas now. I think being legend in New York is probably bigger than being a legend in Dallas.
And Tom Brady's obviously the shining example of that, but you have $1 billion supermodel wife, a lot of different things in play. It's rare that you find the player willing to do that, so congrats to the Knicks. But you look at the deal that Jason Tatum just got at $60 million. The NBA salary cap is at $140 million, so you can only afford now to get 2 top-of-the-market superstars. And then depending on where they are in their career, you're going to have a slot for another $20 to $40 million depending on what your superstars get. So finding players that are willing to do this and play for a little bit less, I really do believe could be the difference between winning and losing at the highest levels. I mean, you got Brown and Tatum now. You're already at the cap pretty much. You can afford a mid-level exception player and one other guy, and it's only because of bird rights and the way they've able to stack things. But the Celtics luxury tax bill is going to be massive. Their payroll is over $200 million.
And they're trying to sell the team.
Did you see what happened with the Suns yesterday? So the Suns signed, who was it, Agoki, to a 2-year, $16 million deal. That puts them, for the first time in NBA history, they're a $400 million payroll.
My goodness.
Their salaries are at $223 million. Their projected taxes at $198 million. Now, our guy Bobby Marks said that this was a smart move that Phoenix made because it gives them an $8 million trade asset to use during the season.
Oh, my goodness.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have had anything to use. I mean, they would have been strapped to basically, we've got KD. Like, do you want to trade KD? Do you want to trade Devin Booker? But my goodness, I don't know what Matt Ishbia is doing over there.
The really cool
thing
about
he's a billionaire, though.
He's got the money.
And
he's using it. $400 million payroll.
That's what Phoenix needed after their history. An owner willing to lose money to try to win.
Yeah.
But yeah, the good news is I think this prevents epic dynasties from being built and being held for a long time. So if you're not one of those, like I don't think it's a coincidence that we've had a new NBA champion several years in a row now. And it's, I think it was Steph Curry who said a couple of weeks back, we've seen the last dynasty in the NBA. I don't know if you're going to be able to build one that stays at the top for any more in a couple, 2-3 years.
We keep talking. I talked about Oklahoma City, but you guys have convinced me that they won't pay.
Yeah, I just don't know that they'll be able to financially keep them guys around.
And those draft picks are going to run out. And they have to find perennial all-stars with those draft picks just to kind of hold the line that they're at currently. It's really still only one actual superstar in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander until what we see what Holmgren and their other guys can do. Okay, Cowboys in bottom 3 of ESPN offseason grades. We did that one yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I've filtered back through that somehow. You have your Heisman favorite a topic. Oregon's Dillon Gabriel is now the favorite to win the Heisman. It's atypical for a July change. I don't know what they saw, but the bookmakers moved him ahead of Carson Beck and Quinn Ewers. So Quinn Ewers a top 3 guy there in your Heisman. That's pretty cool. But here's the story that Skip
Gabriel's third team. This is third team.
Yeah, it is. It's still, I think UCF.
Central Florida.
Yeah, OU
Oklahoma.
And now Oregon.
Man. Oh, gosh.
He had put up big numbers last year with Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Our old buddy or nemesis, I guess, is he now media Mr. Irrelevant? I don't know. But Skip Bayless went viral this morning saying the Cowboys should tank the season, sabotage the offense around Dak, and then take Shedeur Sanders with their high draft pick. Now, that's a lot to say could happen. The Cowboys would never, tank a season, sabotage their quarterback. They're trying to be relevant and make the playoffs. They want to put on a good TV show. But if you could just snap your fingers, I Dream of Jeannie style, or blink your eyes and make that the reality going into training camp next year, Dak is gone and Shedeur Sanders is your quarterback, what would that do to your very passionate and a Cowboys heart, Wolchuk?
There's something about the unknown future and optimism that is gained by a new franchise quarterback. And I remember going through that with Dak when Dak took over for Romo. And there were some people to this day that hate Dak Prescott because they took Tony Romo's job. For me, I think that I am at the same place as I was then, where Tony in 2014, we thought that was the year. Unfortunately, the Dez catch happened, or not catch as they ruled it. But Tony had the same type of failures in the big games. They went 3 straight years. You have a chance to win the division. Last game of the season, they lost, right? And they were pretty brutal defeats. Romo was throwing game-ending interceptions. Same thing in the playoffs. Didn't have a ton of success. I think won a total of 2 playoff games. Same thing we're at now with Dak. So to me, it also paints to, maybe it's a bigger picture. It doesn't matter who the hell's the quarterback. It's kind of just overall the construction of the organization. But I do think that would bring in a lot of fans. And I ultimately, yes, would get excited about a new quarterback and the possibility of change. And maybe that guy does have the whatever it factor that you see in Mahomes or these guys that are big-time playoff performers that have been lacking here.
Bayless says that's a championship move, and that's what the team needs. I'm with Zach. I think at this point, I'm convinced that the Cowboys front office plus Dak isn't going to get the job done, and I want to see them try with, different quarterbacks that might be transcendent type players that could push through the mediocrity of the organization. I mean, Burrow took the Bengals, a way worse organization than the Cowboys, to the Super Bowl and beat Patrick Mahomes. I think a player is capable of doing that for the Joneses, and I'm 100% confident Dak's not that guy. You're going to have to build a super team around Dak to win. I think Dak's good enough to win a Super Bowl. But I would just be excited about change, Brian. And maybe we'd end up regretting that not too, long after that acquisition. But, I mean, Shedeur's a hell of a talent, and I'd be excited about, seeing what he could do for the Cowboys. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm always interested about the quarterback evaluation, and I wonder when we get to that point in time if Shedeur Sanders is going to be the number 1 quarterback on people's boards. I think it's going to be a very difficult year for him, and I think it's going to be a difficult evaluation for him because of the team around him. Now, he's got a bunch of transfers and portal guys that are this offensive line. We'll see what if they can stabilize they changed coordinators out. They didn't protect him particularly well. And so I just wonder if he's going to have another year where people are going to have to be like, making excuses. And I don't mean excuses in a bad way, because I think the kid can play. I mean, he can obviously throw the ball. He's super tough. But I just wonder if his team is not going to help him get the best evaluation of him.
It's rare that you get a quarterback taken high that had a bad offensive line. It's just hard to look good.
I think that Dylan Gabriel is better than Bo Nix. And Bo Nix got drafted out of Oregon. And I think Oregon's system will probably make Dylan Gabriel look really good.
That's the guy you'd want to take if the Cowboys do finish bad?
It's a left-handed quarterback. I'm just saying the evaluation. I'm just saying the evaluation of one is going to look like it's going to have huge numbers. And I think the other one is going to fight. Everybody's going to say, well, this kid does this. This kid does this. And I'm talking about Sanders. But you have to really dig in on these quarterbacks.
You do.
And I just see Dylan Gabriel having more success at Oregon than I do Shedeur Sanders having success at Colorado.
Yeah, I think that Oregon's a team that legitimately year 1 could win that Big Ten. I mean, they just got Evan Stewart, who was a big-time transfer played in high school in Frisco, one of the top high school players in the country, transferred from A&M. Dylan Gabriel's surrounded with more talent than Shedeur is as well.
Yeah.
which is
you always
the
look
problem.
for the sure thing.
Yeah.
You're always going to look, and I think the evaluation of Shedeur is going to be tough because it might very well be another 4-7 football team that he's
Especially
playing
if
on.
the offensive line's not any better.
Yeah.
He's running for his life after every play. But it is going to be interesting, the night. What is Prime and how he handles the draft process as well? Because I saw a list of teams Shedeur would like to play for. Now, I don't know that it's accurate or not. It was Falcons 1, it was Cowboys 2. So Falcons just drafted a quarterback in the top 10. I don't think they're going down that well again. But if Shedeur wants to be a Dallas Cowboy, do they end up pulling an Eli Manning and forcing their way to America's team?
Could be very interesting too, because the New York Giants could have the.
That's also true.
The number one pick. The Giants very well could be in the top 3.
Could you see the Cowboys having a top 5 pick in any way next year? I mean, they're not going to sabotage, but naturally, what's that look like? Is that just a Dak injury? Do you need like Dak, Lamb? Do you need like 3 or 4 of your really good players to play, bad or get injured, I think, in order to even dream of the possibility? Because you agree, there's no way the Cowboys would ever sabotage a season or tank.
Absolutely
no. What would have to happen is something happens to Dak. Then it turns into Cooper Rush having to play. We've seen Cooper Rush win before, but then now you have no semblance of a running game, and you don't get the development, or the learning curve is too steep at left tackle. So then you start to have some issues, and maybe Zach Martin is in his last year, and maybe Zach Martin not playing at a high level like he once did.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they didn't figure out the center situation. Maybe they went with Brock Hoffman, lost a bunch of games with Brock Hoffman at center. So, yeah, I think that the lack of depth and some key positions, if they don't figure out anything behind Lamb is another thing too at wide receiver. Yeah, this thing could, we on a best case scenario as a show, we pick 9 and 8. With all these things go against it, yeah, you could very well be a team that's looking
I think
at
like
top.
jumping up to 12 wins is more likely than 5 wins, though. I mean, that would be just an absolute catastrophe.
Yeah, with a healthy quarterback, they have not had a losing season in 20 years.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. When we come back, it is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are you taking it?
It is National French Fry Day. We talked about this a little bit with KMC. It's one of the best days of the damn year. What's the best fast food French fry? That's next in the nation.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boy.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, buddy, welcome back. Hope you're having a good one. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, just call the Frankels. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump to frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach Wolchuk. Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Let's do it, baby. Let's get into it. Top 10 best fast food French fries. National French Fry Day. I know Eric is somewhere right now just stuffing his face with French fries. That man will never turn down a fry. I don't care if it's cold. Or he'll just go, walk by, boom, take it off somebody's plate. I've seen him do it with my own eyes before.
I've seen you take a piece of pizza off of a table that was the folks had left.
We're almost getting to the 1-year anniversary of that fateful
Was
day.
that a full piece of pizza?
He did.
I think it might have even been more than one piece.
He did. I think
There
he
you
took
go.
2. It's
So
after
the
him.
people had left.
Yeah, it's after him.
Yeah, it was leftover pizza.
After he and Jane went Oklahoma drill on the beach.
That might have been as a group like the most belligerent we've gotten together.
I think
we were all pretty toasty.
Yeah, and Derek Collin had a lot to do with
He
that.
did.
He's an instigator.
Big time instigator.
I'm going to have about 3 or 4 drinks and buy everybody a dozen each.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was
That's what he does.
It was a hell of a time.
He is a grab the bottle kind of guy. We're doing shots
really?
by the bottle guy. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a heck of a night. I mean, Jane and Bobby got into it too. It was awesome. It was awesome watching somebody chew Bobby out. There's not much he can say when Hurricane Jane erupts on him.
He kind of sauntered off. Didn't he?
Oh, did he saunter? Oh, did he ever? I mean, I've never seen him speed walk so fast.
Jane's intimidating and sharp and clever
and loud,
witty.
Mm-hmm. You know, if you bite off more than you can chew, you're going to mess around and find out if you're hanging out with Jane. I play my cards close to my vest.
Bob did.
Yeah.
But I can't wait to get back out there this year, man. I'll try and take a couple less shots this time, so I'm not taking
Don't
pizza
lie to the folk.
off a random table.
If you're out there, look us up. We'll be out there.
We'll be out there. Shout out. Come party with us at the Rudder Room. All right, let's do it. 877-881-1053. The best fast food French fry. Now, this can change. I mean, palates change. We have restaurants that will update their fry. I think Wendy's has done it most recently. They're doing like the natural cut French fry. What were you doing before? I don't know. But I think Wendy's has upped their fry game. It's better than it used to be. They may or may not be getting a jump in this year's top 10 best fast food French fry ranking. But another French fry connoisseur, or maybe lack thereof, because he's an onion ring guy.
Yeah, I don't eat French fries, but I like tater tots and onion rings. But if I did have to go grab
But
a
if
French
you did-
fry, it'd be Arby's or Wingstop.
Wingstop, I think, is goated.
I like them.
I said that during the crosstalk with KNC. Like, they are. The sugar they're putting on there. And now you can even get different types of the wing rubs on there if you want. If you want to do some lemon pepper seasoning on the fries, you can do that.
Can I circle back, Lucius, and ask you a question?
What up, though?
What about the sweet potato fry?
Oh, I love a sweet potato fry. Absolutely.
Better than the French fry.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Because I feel like I'm healthier.
I feel like I'm healthier, yeah.
Okay, but I'm glad you specified, Lucius.
But I dip it in ranch, so I avoid it all out.
Certain balance there, right?
I like to put mine in maple syrup.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. All right. I like that you specified the tater tots and onion rings, because a tater tot is not a French fry.
It's not. No.
Corey Majors is trying to say that a tater tot is a French fry. It's not. It's two completely different things.
It's a bite of a hash brown.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. It is a mini hash brown, homeboy.
And put his ketchup and pepper on it. It's even better.
Yeah, damn right it is.
Yeah.
And I'm down.
Maybe hot sauce.
Again,
I feel like they go better with burgers.
They do.
Okay.
They do.
Okay.
They do. I'll go some.
I'm standing on business, bro.
Well done, tater tots.
Did you guys see the fries at Moxie's? How they serve them in that cup?
They look good.
They serve them upright.
See what the food there was pretty outstanding.
Yeah, it was.
It really
good.
was.
Steak bites were good.
Wingstop is winning on the text, hands down. Brahms crinkle cut, hard to beat from the 817.
Ooh,
Oh man, I do not like a crinkle cut fry. The soft ones? I do not like a soft fry.
You can't go soft.
Ugh.
No.
You need a lot of crunch and a lot of salt. You go crinkle cut, you go steak fry. There's just way too much mushy potato material. All you can taste is potato. I want salt.
You don't want too much
Have
potato.
you guys
talk to him?
Have you guys had fries from Five Guys?
Five Guys is a good.
I can't afford it.
Okay,
it is damn expensive. I haven't been there in about 3 years.
do they fool us with the putting too many in the bag? Are they trying to say our fries are half-assed? But we're putting a lot in the bag.
They're putting a lot in the bag because they're overcharging for the small burger they're giving you.
It's
a good burger, but it's small.
I thought they're throwing a bunch of extra fries in there to kind of fool me that our fries aren't that good. They're just saying, yeah, have a lot of them.
They're pretty good to me. They're soggy.
They are soggy.
Yeah, and it
it's
always
the steam.
throws when you
it's
can
the steam in the bag.
But when you can see the peel on the fries still, I don't like that either.
Ooh, that's too real for you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you wouldn't like Wendy's
I
new
like
fries
the potato
then.
peel on there.
Wendy's has that peel on them too.
It's like the dirt. It's like that's healthy for you, man.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, the Five Guys Cajun fries are getting some love. Popeyes fries underrated from the 469.
Popeyes?
Yeah, Popeyes.
I'll tell you it's
Gotta
good
eat them
fry.
fast.
Yeah. Yes.
The tackle boxes?
They're a little heavy. The oil is a little heavy. And
Agreed.
if you let them cool down, they do not.
They're not the same.
If you're ever in Portland, go up to like the 26th floor of this giant building and find the Portland City Grill. And inside there, they serve fries in that vertical cup that you have. But they're the most magnificent garlic fries you'll ever have.
Garlic
Parmesan fries, yeah.
Let's go. 817, the new groovy fries from Sonic are thin and crispy crinkles. They're fantastic. Have not tried
Groovy
those.
fries?
Called groovy fries. 580 to the Taco Bell nacho fries.
Man. I like the idea.
Boy, you living on the edge, whoever you are, son. Congratulations, got a trucker stomach.
Man, Burger Street's curly fries.
Man.
I haven't got to a Burger Street in a long time.
In a long time, it's not the same. I say that respectfully. Nah, they used to hit back in the day. Now it's just like, hey, here's a burger.
And I felt like it was affordable, too.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So good.
What's that place? Jake's?
Jake's.
Jake's. Are there fries any good? I can't remember. Because I'm thinking of burger places.
I know I haven't. Well, Chili's got texted in. Chili's does have good fries. I couldn't tell you, man, about Jake's. I'd have to.
I always know they're
through.
poppy seed buns.
That's what I was.
That's the only thing I remember.
I kind of feel like it's a good combination.
I think they use the same.
Lucius is right. The onion ring
Like
needs
Keller's
to be
and
the game.
Jake's. I think there's something there. Like there's.
Oh, Keller's.
They have
yes.
a family relationship.
Yes.
Somebody said this is a big back segment. Hilarious. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Steak and shake fries are good. Those are very thin. Those are teeny fries. Hop Dottie aioli fries.
I've never been to Hop Dottie, and I walk by it all the time.
You should stop in there.
Yeah.
You should. Honorable mention on the best fries list is Shake Shack, Zaxby's.
Oh, Zaxby's.
Whataburger.
Pretty good.
All honorable mentions. Number 10 is Steak and Shake. So you're not alone. Person that texted
Those are the
that in.
shoestring fries.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Number 9 is Wendy's natural cut fries, which Dawson, I don't think you're going to like because you're going to be able to see some of that brown potato.
They can make up for it with a good amount of salt, good oil, crispiness.
Yeah, I'll be honest. It's so
Not lying.
So hit or miss there when it comes to like what kind of fry you're going to get. Yeah. Number 8 is Red Robin and their bottomless fries.
See, I've never had a Red Robin.
Totally
before.
out.
I've never been.
They're giant. They're like shards of potato.
Okay, that's too thick.
Oh, and that's because you don't like the steak fry.
Yeah, I don't want a baked potato inside there.
Yeah, me.
You know,
I don't either. 7.
It's a great description, bro.
I don't want a baked potato in there.
God, I don't want the baked potato.
Yeah. Next thing you know, you're going to tell me the sour cream in there, too.
Chives and butter and all that crap that I hate.
You guys.
Number 7.
Trying to get takes over here.
I'm standing over by myself.
I love it, bro.
Number 7 is Jack in the Box seasoned curlies.
Yeah, those are good.
Okay, back in the day, Jack in the Box did a thing called frings. Fries and onion rings. Bring that back.
I'm down to fries. You know what? Burger King tried to do that, too.
Fries and onion rings together?
But they're just not as good as Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box, for an old drunk like me, it's, do it.
Jack in the Box has done some great things
They
lately.
have.
They have, man.
Yep.
These munchie meals are no joke. It's how you get fat again.
There you go, Lucius. You know what it's talking
I know
about.
what they're doing.
Yeah, they do.
Absolutely.
I came up with something, Jack.
What is it? What is it this time?
My last $10 bill.
How
was
about a grilled cheese and a hamburger together?
Yeah.
Boom, dude.
Hey,
What?
Do me a favor. Pour that shake on the bonus, Jack.
Oh, man.
They should just say in their ads, listen.
I got one. Loaded fries and a spicy chicken sandwich together. Let's go.
Listen.
Yeah, grind up those tacos and put them on the burger.
You know you've been smoking weed since you got off work.
Man.
For some reason, you can't fall asleep yet. Get your ass in here.
That $10 bill is just all wadded up, and I just hand it to him. Here you go.
Take your money, man. Number 6 is Popeye's Cajun fries.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's a good fry.
But you got to eat them fast,
You're
right?
Gotta go.
5 is Rallies/Checkers seasoned fries.
I love seasoned fries, bro. I love a good seasoned fry.
I'm into that too.
That's some care.
But I can't tell you, I don't think I've ever been to a Rallies or a Checkers.
I would take you.
We got
one,
Hardee's here, right?
We got it. There's one down the road from us at training camp.
Oh,
I'll take you
perfect.
to a Rallies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody said Twisted Root. That's where I get my sweet potato fries.
Is that the place with the names like Brad Sham?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
4 is Five Guys Cajun fries.
See, they lot in a bag. I think they're trying to fool you.
They might be. 3 is Chick-fil-A waffle fries.
They're pretty good.
I think it's a vessel.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I know you do. It is a vessel.
It's a vessel.
I run into where they didn't cook them long enough.
That's a big
or didn't
problem.
salt them well enough.
See, I used to always do the well done, but now a lot of the Chick-fil-A's, including my own
Is there an alarm on those fryers?
They won't. Yeah, there is.
Okay, but not long enough, right?
No, so it's like an average 2.5 minutes.
Need
if you
about
want to do
3.
well done, you keep them in for. Yeah, you need 3.
Need 3.
I recommend that.
Yeah.
2 is Arby's Curly.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
And
number
beef
1 is
and cheddar.
Number 1 is the tried and true. It's McDonald's French fries.
It's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, it's
I
hard to
agree.
argue. Hard to argue. Order an extra one as you're driving along.
Dude, yes.
Fat guy fry.
What do you call that? The car fry?
Car
or-
fry, the extra fry. I don't know. There was some
You
name.
had it. There was a
Road
good name for
fries.
that.
Road fries.
It was road fries.
Yeah.
Lavelle Crawford.
Yeah,
That's
road
a
fry.
hell of a
That's
bowl.
a great order. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Bully.
Riding fries. That's what they call them. It's my riding fries.
He's not wrong, man. Dude is not wrong.
Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll take a look at what's been happening in the NFL. But top 5 storylines from SEC Media Day.
What?
As Brian and LSU get set to welcome the Longhorns and Sooners. What's making news over there at SEC Media Day? That's next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Heck yeah, we will. It's Oxnard time, boys and girls. And thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, the Fan is planting our flag for every day of training camp. Others come and go, but not your home of America's team. The biggest interviews, wireless mics during practice, press conferences, plus the stories from nights out on the town. Presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps. All that is training camp in Oxnard coverage kicks off July 24th right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Gentlemen, I have prepared for you the 5 top storylines to watch at SEC Media Day. I will give you the storyline. Perhaps I'll give you a couple of questions to ponder about it. Number 1, the welcome for Texas and OU. At the end of last year now, if you count the Longhorns and Sooners, 7 of the top 13 teams that made the final rankings were in the SEC. So it's rare that you get an off week. Can the Sooners and Longhorns handle the gauntlet of these schedules? OU will host Tennessee and Bama and go to Ole Miss, Missouri, and LSU. All of those will be in the preseason top 25. UT is not quite as packed with heavyweights, writes the Morning News, but they still welcome Georgia to Austin. They'll head to A&M to renew its rivalry with the Aggies, and they will also visit Michigan, the defending national champions. So they have a hell of a schedule as well. Brian, what are your expectations for those two programs?
I'll tell you what, though. The SEC, you just never know. But these a team like Arkansas started off so well last year. Then all of a sudden, they you make a trip to Georgia, then to Alabama, then to LSU, and the next thing you know, they're talking about firing their coach. So I think Texas is probably better equipped to handle with, even though they had massive losses with their roster, though it's still one of the best skill groups in the country, and we talked about their quarterback a bunch. I give them Michigan is a team, being the national champion, might be a little bit of like catching them early before they kind of figure some things out. So I like Texas's chances. I think that the fact that Oklahoma has Georgia at home, I think is a big help there. It's never easy to go to Sanford Stadium and have to play that bunch there. So, but they make a trip to Baton Rouge to end the SEC schedule. But it'll be. I think Texas will probably have the better of the records when it's all said and done.
What do you think about this, Wolchuk? Is one of these two teams going to represent this footprint here in the old Southwest Conference well over there, or are they just going to mix in as other pretty good teams in a great conference?
And I think Texas has a good shot to make some noise this year, more so than Oklahoma does. And I think Oklahoma can be an 8-9 win team. I believe in Jackson Arnold, who's from Denton Geyer here, was a really, really high recruit, so he's going into year 2 there at Oklahoma. But Texas did a good job at the transfer portal, getting guys like Isaiah Bolden. They lost a lot when it came to weaponry on offense, graduating some receivers and tight ends. They added some speed with an Oregon State receiver who's coming over there as well. I think Jonte Cook from DeSoto is about to become a household name. That dude is an absolute stud. So they're really good in the trenches for Texas. That can carry over to the SEC. Like, their offensive line is something that's been built up. They've got a left tackle that'll be a top 10 pick, and Kelvin Banks Jr. coming up in the upcoming NFL draft. So I think Texas has a chance. But I do think, like, for Oklahoma, who's winning 10 games a year, it seems like, and is always up there to win the conference, they're probably going to have to change a little bit when it comes to expectations. I don't think that's going to continue.
Storyline number 2, Mike Elko era beginning in Aggie land. Obviously had tremendous amount of success at Duke, where it's hard to have success, 16-9 in 2 seasons there. What's Mike Elko going to do for the Aggies?
Well, I tell you what, there's so many questions about with Jimbo Fisher and that program, and they recruit very, very well. The NIL money is very prevalent there as with the program, but they've also found ways though to give away games during the year. Mike Elko was a defensive coordinator at Texas A&M. He went to go take the Duke job, so he very much understands the expectations of Aggie football. And it's for Texas A&M. It's going to be about how do you find a way to have some more consistency at quarterback. It seems like that was just a situation where they were in last year, where they were just every week it seemed like they had a different quarterback playing. The injuries were just such a bad part of what they were dealing with last year. But if they can get the consistency at quarterback, they've got a lot of talented, a lot of skilled players, a lot of really good defensive players. Elko can do some good things there as well.
I guess it's all about the quarterback, right? Can their quarterback stay healthy in Connor Wegman?
And
if he does, and they have not had health at that position.
Yeah, it's been a problem.
And if
when's the last time they had a year-to-year answer at quarterback?
Honestly, I think it was Manziel.
Wow.
I don't think that they've had any type of stability since then, quite at that level.
They've had quarterbacks go in there and with the expectations of, being that guy, and then end up transferring him out.
And heck, Kyler Murray was one.
Kyler Murray was that. I mean,
Kyle Allen.
Yeah. The kid now at Georgia Tech, the kid that was
Haynes King from
King.
Longview.
Yeah. I mean, they've always been able to recruit and get quarterbacks to show up. Brad Johnson's kids over there, and he played well for a couple games and then got hurt. So I mean, it's been a problem for them. If they can get some stability there, as I say, they've got the skill players to be able to handle it.
Okay, speaking of A&M, the UT A&M rivalry is back on for the final weekend of the season. The Aggies fought to keep the Longhorns out to no avail. How important is it to get this game back, and will it live up to the hype of what it used to be?
I can't wait. I think absolutely. That is going to be a magical, magical day when we get to see Texas and A&M back on the football field together. I think it's amazing, not only for Texas football, but it's one of the best rivalries in the entire country, and we've been robbed and deprived of it. And I think that it's awesome that, hey, there's been a lot of politics as to why this hasn't happened. And Texas fans will blame A&M for it and vice versa, the other way around. And I'm sure both schools are at fault. But and Kellen Mond wasn't any good, 517 and 903. So, yeah, I guess he was stable, but he stunk. So Kellen Mond wasn't an answer for you at quarterback, A&M fans that are texting.
I watched him beat us at LSU in a 7 overtime game one time.
I mean, that was probably his best game that he ever played.
Crazy how good he was that day.
But yeah, I can't wait for it. I think it's going to be magical.
The thing with the Texas A&M and Texas game at being on November 30th, that could have ramifications in the SEC West. So there's Oklahoma is at LSU that day. There are going to be some games being played, but depending on how and Texas could be in a situation where they're rolling right along them. Alabama, I mean, I'm sure you got the Iron Bowl coming up around the same time. Mm-hmm. So that final weekend of the SEC schedule could very well determine who could be a playoff team or who could be going to Atlanta in the SEC championship game.
Okay, speaking of playoffs, expanded playoff, an opportunity here, and that's a big storyline no matter what conference you're in. How many of the 8 teams will be the SEC, Brian, if you had to pick right now?
Wow.
That's a great question.
It kind of makes me feel like that we always seem like in the College World Series, there's always an SEC team playing.
Yeah.
But you have to believe what? Alabama, Georgia, Texas. Help me, Wolchuk, with some of these.
Alabama, Georgia, Tech. I mean, Tennessee's coming into the season highly ranked.
I don't want to.
Mizzou's going to be good this year.
LSU is having to replace, a quarterback there, a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback.
But LSU seems like they're always knocking on the door for that. I know you don't want to mention them.
Well, I don't want to mention them because I don't know how good defensively they're going to be.
I think you've got to. I think 4. I think 4 out of the 12 are going to come out of the
4
SEC.
conference winners and then 4 SEC teams?
Yeah, I think you could be looking at that.
Okay.
Minimum of 3.
They could be beating each other, though, too.
They could be.
And knocking them out, yeah.
Okay, and then speaking of that, replacing a legend, what do you think of Kalen DeBoer there at Alabama? Is he going to be able to maintain the greatness that Saban established?
Year 1, I'm going to say yes. I think they're one of the only returning conference champions that has their quarterback coming back.
Milroe is, yeah. And you know what? I mean, people have talked about when we were doing our quarterback segment earlier about guys you might like. He's one of the guys everybody's talking about you need to evaluate. I've seen enough of him playing. I don't think he throws the ball well enough.
He took a big step last year because I said the same thing. He got better, though.
But you watch him play and that they were lucky to win the Auburn game.
But he made a great throw to win best damn throw of the season when he needed it most.
But there are times where he's more interested in running with the football.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be a little bit of and I say a down year for Alabama. I'm thinking they're going to win 9 games. I don't think they're going to be this 11 or 12 win team this year. I think they're going to be some games that Nick Saban clearly has his team up and ready to play. And I don't know if Alabama, at least in the first year with the new coach, will be that way.
Football's so close. It's right around the corner, and we'll continue to cover SEC, Big 12, whatever comes down the pike for you here on DFW Sports Station. Now, when we come back, it is of course, of Friday, so we got What You Drinking, What You Thinking here coming up in about 30 minutes. Eric Nadell is going to join us for our Friday conversation with him. But Wolchuk has, in addition to the finest, what you got, buddy?
Yeah, the best big game coaches, a great Reggie Bush story about Vince Young, and how do you feel about George Kittle, Cowboy fans? That's next.
I want to chat Frankles with you before we get there because if you find yourself in an accident this weekend, you know what?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. We're 20 minutes from what you're drinking and what you're thinking. Eric Nadell is going to join us, but it's time now for an edition of The Finest, and here is Zach Wolchuk with Eric's broadcast responsibilities.
Thank you very much. So yesterday, we had CBS Sports ranking of just all 32 NFL coaches. Mike McCarthy was 17. Today, we've got the best big game coaches ranked by big game resume. So on this, you've got Dan Quinn coming in at 14 because he did lead a team to the Super Bowl. And he also was part of the 28-3 debacle. So he's not, right in the middle of the pack there. You've got coaches that have won championships. Sean Payton at 13. Mike McCarthy is at 12. Former Green Bay leader. Deserves more respect for the frequency as which his clubs make the dance. Only 5 coaches listed here have a better career playoff entry rate. The trouble is, since Aaron Rodgers helped him hoist the trophy in 2010, he's reached just a single NFC title game. Of course, Cowboy fans know that very, very well. As do
I had a hard time putting Mike up there far. I don't think that's what he does.
Tomlin comes in at 11. They've got the lightning in a bottle category, which is Zach Taylor of the Bengals. Doug Peterson, who won a Super Bowl with the Eagles and is now with Jacksonville at 9. Nick Sirianni, who has one Super Bowl appearance, comes in at 8. Forever on the doorstep, just on the outside, knocking on the door, trying to get into the party there, is Sean McDermott of the Bills at 7. Matt LaFleur of the Packers, who's made the playoffs 4 of 5 seasons, at 6. Jim Harbaugh of the Chargers, who played in many NFC Championship games with the Niners, and then in a Super Bowl as well, lost to the Ravens. Then John Harbaugh of the Ravens, who beat his brother in said Super Bowl. And then Kyle Shanahan, who's made the playoffs 4 of his 7 seasons. He's 2 for 4 in conference title games, but then 0 for 2 in Super Bowls. But here are the 2 coaches that they say right now are the big game standard setters.
Big what? What did you just say? The big
game.
what?
The big game standard setters. It's Sean
I'm
McVay.
interested now.
It's Sean
Getting ready
McSex
for Richard Hunter to join the show.
at 2, and Andy Reid at 1. Andy Reid 3 for 5 in Super Bowls, 5 for 11 in conference titles, 19 of 24 seasons his team's made the playoffs. And then Sean McVay, 5 of 7 seasons his team's made the playoffs. He's 2 for 2 in conference title games, 1 for 2 in Super Bowls. Would you view McVay and Reid as the best big game coaches we've got right now?
Yes, I would probably favor McVay over Reid. I just feel like his schemes have done more where, Reid, before he got to Kansas City and got Patrick Mahomes, was known as a guy that couldn't win the big one.
Yeah.
You got to be able to do stuff without the absolute best quarterbacks to make that big of impression. Now, the fact that he's not screwing it up goes significantly to Andy Reid's resume. I have the utmost respect for him. I think he's one of the top coaches to ever do it. But if you make me choose which is which, I could go McVay. But, at the same time, Belichick destroyed McVay in that Super Bowl.
He did. That was like one of the ugliest
Maybe
Super
I don't
Bowls
count that
ever.
against him because it's Belichick, Belichick, obviously the king of the era. But if I have to win one game, a huge game, and I don't know who my personnel is, I want McVay.
Oh, man. I mean, hey, I'm a big McVay stan. I mean, I've long been trying to push the McVay over Shanahan agenda, and some people have really come at me for that one. I think it's starting to really prove accurate when you look at the big game failures of Shanahan compared to McVay. So I like where your head's at. You going to fight for your guy, Andy Reid?
Oh, I'm always going to fight for Andy Reid. Could I throw a guy in there that we might want to consider?
Yeah.
Where do you guys sit with Zach Taylor at Cincinnati?
So he was 9 on here.
Okay, and I'm asking that only because of the way that he plays Kansas City.
Yeah.
And I know they lost the Super. I mean, they were the Joe Burrow thing, and the injuries and stuff have been a problem for him at quarterback. But in some big games, I kind of feel like that guy finds a way to get it done.
Oh, and they almost won that Super Bowl. If it weren't for Aaron Donald making an incredible play, Jamar Chase is open for a touchdown to win that game.
I just kind of wonder if Zach, if I had to.
I think that would be one, though, like similar to what Gavin's saying. He's giving Mahomes more of the credit than Andy Reid here. I think that would be people giving Burrow more of the credit than Taylor.
I just kind of feel like that Cincinnati kind of has Kansas City's number.
They do.
When it comes in, and so to me, that's a big game. If you're saying big game coach, big game coach against a big, if you're saying a coach against the best big game coach, I said it earlier, I kind of feel like Kansas City fears the Bengals with Joe Burrow at quarterback.
They've also gone to Buffalo and beaten Buffalo in the postseason with Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I think Zach Taylor is maybe the most underrated coach going though right now.
Okay, I would say but I just wanted to throw him in the mix.
Yeah.
When you start talking about, because I respect what McVay's done at the Rams. I really do.
And we can't totally excuse the idea that maybe Burrow is so cool and calm because he's getting great leadership from head coach.
Mm-hmm. Play caller.
Think McVay's a cleaner evaluation because he took Goff and Stafford to the Super Bowl. Like it's easier to give him credit.
Sure, absolutely. And then we have George Kittle on the show Receiver on Netflix, which I haven't watched yet, but I've seen some clips coming out of this. This was one of the clips, Cowboys game, week 5, George Kittle talking about wearing the F Dallas shirt.
I had a bunch of shirts made, actually, so I gave them to all the tight ends. I was the only one that wore it.
This one?
I wore it under the pads, showed it off.
Dallas.
Fucking awesome. Hell yeah.
Hey, Debo, I pulled it out.
I seen. George Kittle is rude.
Hey, how much of a fine is that? 15?
I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Will you pay half? I'm gonna get fined so much money.
Think so? How much?
Anywhere from 5 to 35.
It was $15,000, and I don't regret it one bit. Not one bit. And I might do it again if given the opportunity.
Yeah, he was instantly proud of it. He's that guy that likes to, break the rules because he thinks it's cool. And he wants to brag about it to everybody. By the way, he had that number right the first time, didn't he? Wasn't it $15,000?
Yeah, he did. He did have it right. It was $15,000. Yeah.
Did the Cowboys do something to him? Like, was he supposed to get picked up by the Cowboys and they didn't do it or something like that? What's going on?
There was a part of it where he's like, he wanted to just add fuel to the rivalry.
Yeah.
Like he was watching, some of those 80s games, the Dwight Clark catch. So he just wanted to really get into the mindset of the Cowboys-Niners rivalry.
He's a method actor.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He is. Like he channeled the Joker. There was an athletic article that came out several years ago, like Heath Ledger's Joker.
Okay.
Like he gets himself in that madman kind of mindset.
Well, I'll tell you what, as soon as he's done dominating in San Francisco and he's washed up, the Commanders will sign him just for that bleep Dallas energy.
You're right.
Probably ask him to put that T-shirt back on.
They absolutely will. And you know what? I don't know.
What that move reminded me of.
Cowboy fans, do we forever hate George Kittle? I mean, he's kind of a likable guy.
Dude, I love George Kittle.
I still like him.
He's amazing to watch play.
I do. Yeah, he is. And he's a great personality.
Hard-nosed tight end.
I love his interviews. I would love to have him on my football team. Talk about a complete tight end.
Yeah.
Blocks, catches. At 806, though, Kittle looks like a damn serial killer.
Yeah.
Hard to argue that. He does.
He looks like a redneck serial killer.
Yeah.
That, has horrible nutrition, might have a meth problem, but somehow doesn't lose muscle. Yeah, you see those guys every now and then on the West Coast. They're walking around homeless with their shirts off. You're like, this doesn't add up.
No.
You get a meal every couple of days and you're on all sorts of drugs, but somehow you're still yoked, doing 20 pull-ups.
Oh, man. Okay, and now we've got Reggie Bush, who's on All the Smoke.
Yeah.
And Reggie since has gotten his Heisman Trophy back, and well-deserved. But he reminisces on a story about Vince Young and how they've actually become really good friends, but he brings up the Heisman Trophy.
You had people in Texas wearing USC jerseys, and we was rooting for Vince Young.
You got a Reggie Bush jersey on. That's my dog, man, Vince. Sometimes the players who are your rivals or your enemies on the field end up becoming some guys, some of your closest homies.
Yeah, bro.
And Vince is somebody I have a lot of respect for because Vince also did something that I'll never forget. After we played national championship game, obviously they beat us. One of the things that we did, me and Matt did, was we went to their locker room.
Yeah.
And we sought out Vince and the coach. We wanted to shake their hands like, yo, congrats. Like that was a good ass game.
Best game ever. Damn
best game ever. And after that, when this penalties were happening and the Heisman Trust stripped me of the Heisman Trophy, one of the things that they did was they went to Vince and they asked him if he wanted the trophy.
If he wanted your trophy?
If he wanted the trophy. They were going to they took the trophy from me and they were going to give it to Vince. That's crazy. At this time period, Vince says to the Heisman Trust, that's Reggie's trophy.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget that because you got to think, first of all, he just beat us.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're on top of the world, and they just took down the #1 team. Great football game. Like you said, one of the greatest games ever. He would have every right, you know what I'm saying? Or in that moment, if he wanted to be like, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Let me get that. And I think that, again, we talk about that respect and that bond that you create on that battlefield, on the football field. You can't break that. And there's no outside business people, no NCAA.
They won't understand
They won't understand that.
Yeah, I agree with what Vince did. I think not only was it a classy move, but I don't want your trophy after everything that you've stood for, and you kind of I didn't get the opportunity to enjoy it in the moment, so it's going to seem kind of hollow right now.
He probably was thinking, you got caught, I didn't. Yeah, one of those.
Oh, Vince.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take that.
Yeah, I'm not going to take something because I was doing the same
next
thing.
Next, they're going to start looking into what I did in Austin.
Yeah, they're going to hand me that trophy, and the next thing you know, that trust is going to dig into what my situation is here in Texas.
All that free
I don't want that kind of attention on me. It's like running for president down there.
Yeah, please no.
Dig up all kinds of.
Please no, I'm good on that.
I mean, and what Reggie did to get that, what his parents accepted a home from USC.
Yeah.
How many times has something similar happened?
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm saying. Vince probably is thinking the same thing. Like, my folks got something out of this thing, too.
We were all big winners in this entire thing. Mm-hmm. Now, Cam Newton was visibly upset. He was on his podcast talking about this, that he wasn't invited to Christian McCaffrey's wedding.
There's good explanation for this, though, I think.
There is. Yeah, there is. So on June 29th, McCaffrey and his wife, Olivia Culpo, officially tied the knot in Rhode Island. In fact, George Kittle was on the Rich Eisen show talking about that wedding as well. And it looked awesome. In fact, our friend Christian McCaffrey's mom, Lisa,
She can dance.
She was breaking it down on the dance floor.
She was.
Lisa can dance now.
Yep.
Well, during that 4th and 1, Cam made reference to how he wasn't invited. Christian McCaffrey took to Instagram, and he said he was talking to Greg at the bar, and Greg said, "Where's Cam?" And Christian said, "If Cam were here, I haven't gotten a text back in 4 years. In fact, they just go green now." So, I mean, Cam's complaining about not being invited, but I guess maybe he shouldn't be surprised if he's not texting Christian back. Or maybe they just no longer have each other's correct cell numbers. I don't know here. But I think this is more so on Cam. He shouldn't be surprised he wasn't invited to the party.
Yeah, if you try one number on an old famous friend, it's highly likely they've changed it. So maybe you could, but if you do message somebody a couple of times and they never message you back, if you just want to ghost from that point forward and like every time they message you, you just pretend like you didn't see it and you pay them no attention in your mind, I don't think you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. I maybe Christian should have made more effort.
I asked you a question. There's a lot of time in your day.
Yeah.
You're going to never answer me. The next time you text me, you can bet your ass I'm not getting back to you. Unless I really, really like you.
Yeah.
And maybe if at some point enough time has passed or you say, hey, sorry, I didn't get back to you on that. Here's your answer there. Now communication can resume.
Yeah, but I mean,
but
look,
you can't let things be a one-way street in the respect loan.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
If I haven't talked to a guy in 4 years, like, I got to make cuts on these weddings. These weddings get crazy expensive here, right? I mean, my goodness gracious. I can't invite everybody here. Cam, I love you. But we haven't spoken in 4 years. Like, come on.
Kind of get the feeling, though, that McCaffrey could have made a little bit better effort, though.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, that was a teammate, I mean, there's been times you see them together and they were very happy on the field together and stuff.
A lot of hugs.
A lot of hugs.
A lot of hand pounds.
Yeah. So, I mean, if one thing if I would make sure, I'd say, listen, hey, somebody find Cam for me, please, and tell him I want him to come to this wedding, and then let him be the one that says, I ain't interested in your wedding, bro. I don't want to be there.
But a lot of times, teammates just aren't friends,
Yeah. But it looked like to me that they were very happy together. Yeah. I mean, just pictures and videos and stuff I saw. It seemed like Christian McCaffrey's a pretty good guy to get along with, Cam. But I would, if I really wanted him there, I would have said, listen, I can't get a hold of him. Maybe you go through Greg Olson or you go through somebody on the team and say, hey, I'm trying to get a hold of Cam and I can't. Would you reach out and see if he'd be interested coming to the wedding?
Maybe go to his football camp. Looks like a lot of people trying to get a hold of him there.
Ooh, just randomly show up. I think people would be excited about that. Yeah. We also have ranking the rookies most important to their team's success. Caleb Williams of the Bears comes in at number 1.
Is he signed yet, by the way? I don't think he's signed.
Has he not?
I don't think he's signed.
Oh, my gosh, really?
Yeah. Huh. I mean, maybe I'm just...
What's left to negotiate? Aren't there all the contracts
they're slotted?
I know, but
he just still hasn't signed.
I could have looked. I could have very easily looked at it instead of throwing it out there. But Dawson, did you just look it up?
I mean, there's no way he's not playing, showing up and playing for him. He'll sign.
Well, we're like 2 weeks away.
He's
from
going to sign.
Well, I think
we have a contract impasse.
Yeah, I think the Bears are they're in the Hall of Fame game, so we're getting ready to report next week.
Yeah,
one of those things.
Yeah,
it might be the type of deal that remember Joey Bosa was holding out because he wanted a clause. One way.
Well, it's all guaranteed, right? All this stuff is him. It's all guaranteed.
It's guaranteed, but what if you get cut before the end of it? The players want to be able to go and be a full-on free agent, and there's a stipulation in there that says you can only get what the rookie contract, is scheduled to pay you.
That's true.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas Jr. of the Jags comes in at number 2, LSU guy.
LSU.
Followed by Tyler Guyton of the Cowboys at 3 to rookies most important to their team's success.
They just need him to be good.
They do.
Not great, just good.
Yeah, Guyton good, BB great. Now we can talk about dropping some of our cynicism, or at least my skepticism about how well this season can go. We need some great answers when we arrive in Oxnard here coming up in just 2 weeks. It's time to hit the expressway. It is Friday. Eric Nadell is going to join us, and then it's time for your phone calls, 877-881-1053, in addition of What You Drinking and What You Thinking is next here on The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we get there, though. Because it's the weekend, and if you want or need a new vehicle, just call D&M. They're going to put that in your driveway. What is it, a new sports car, new truck, SUV?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Here we go. It is Friday. It's quitting time. Your phone calls, a couple of minutes. What you drinking, what you thinking. It's the Expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And Eric Nadell joins you now here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. Excited about the resumption of this Lone Star Series.
My goodness. Is this the biggest series of the year?
I guess you'd have to say that. I just asked Bruce Bochy that, and he said, yeah, it's not make or break by any stretch of the imagination, but since it does determine where you are going into the All-Star break, and it is against the Astros, it would be tough to say any other series has been bigger than this.
Hey, Eric, when in baseball do managers or front office people say, well, it's not a small sample size anymore? Do they, they always like, well, we got games, we got half a season left and all that. But when do baseball people start to really look at it and say, you know what, we're not sitting well right now. This is not going to end well. Is there a certain point in time of the season where they say that?
That's a good question. I always think of it as the end of June.
Yeah.
As it leaves you 1 month before the trading deadline. And I think that's when teams really need to take a solid look at themselves, take stock of where they are, what their chances are, and what sort of team they have. I think it's pretty much the mathematical halfway point, I would say.
CY joined us Monday. He didn't totally shoot down the idea that they could become sellers depending on how, the rest of these games go before we get to the end of the month. How close do you think they need to stay?
Well, that's a really good question. I think if they're where they are now, within 7 games, in both the division race and the wild card race, that they're not likely to sell, that they would probably just stand pat. But if they get down 9 or 10 games, then I would think that becoming sellers is a real option, especially in light of the fact that in the wild card race, there are 7 teams ahead of them.
Right.
It's not just a matter of passing 1 or 2 teams, and in the division, there's 2 teams ahead of them. So it's not as bright a picture as it could be if you were really just battling with 1 or 2 teams.
How is everything in Houston right now, like Minute Maid Park, with everything that happened with the hurricane? We heard that NRG had some roof damage.
The city is a mess. The ballpark is fine. Apparently, they've played all through the week. They got really good crowds against the Marlins for their series Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They were selling a lot of tickets for $5 each, and people took advantage of it. A lot of people who didn't have air conditioning could at least come here and sit in the air conditioning, for 2.5 or 3 hours, for $5. I think they reduced some of the concession prices as well, which was really nice. All of that ends today, though, with the Rangers. They're looking at a sellout or close to it, without any of those incentives for people to come. But the city of Houston's a mess. There are still traffic lights out all over the city. It rained hard for about an hour or 2 yesterday, and it rained torrentially for a couple of hours this afternoon, which is the last thing in the world they needed. There's lots of roads that are flooded, entire neighborhoods where, at night you don't see any lights on, and then other neighborhoods where there are lights on one side of the street and not on the other side of the street. But they were a long way from coming out of this.
How has this Astros team seemed to be able to navigate all the injuries they've had to deal with their starting rotation?
Yeah, it's a good question. They're with the Rangers right smack in the middle of the pack in terms of their earned run average. And, the big savior for them has been Ronel Blanco, a guy who, was not even expected to be in their starting rotation. His .253 earned run average in over 100 innings of work, carries them a long way. They've also had a complete bounce back from Hunter Brown, who was awful the first month of the season, but has been very good since then. And the two of them, I think, with the kind of pitching you expect from Framber Valdez, giving them a real shot. And when Verlander came back and pitched, he gave them 10 good starts. And now they're without 5 starting pitchers, but they're getting by. The guy who's pitching for them tomorrow, Arrighetti, has not been very good, but they've won some of his games by scoring a lot of runs. And the big thing is their bullpen is now rounded back into shape. Early in the year when we saw them in the first couple of weeks of the season, they were not getting good work from any of the 3 guys at the back of the bullpen, Hader or Abreu or Presley. And the guys leading up to them were struggling, and everybody was saying, well, they made a big mistake letting Hector Neris leave and, letting Stanek leave and, not re-signing those guys. Phil Maton, those three guys who were generally the middle guys. But now they're getting decent work from their middle relievers. So the entire staff, has stepped forward in answer to your question about how they're getting through without the 5 starters who are on the injured list.
Eric, it is Friday. We'd love to know what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
Well, what I'm thinking is I've got an event coming up next Thursday that people need to know about because it's a free concert at the Firehouse Gastro Park in Grand Prairie at 7 o'clock next Thursday. That's the 18th. They've asked me to curate a local music showcase, which will be free to the public. So I've enlisted Remy Riley and Half Guided Hearts, 2 of my favorite artists. Half Guided Hearts, by the way, has a new song just out today on Spotify and iTunes and all those places. It's a cool venue. They have food. They have drink. It's dog-friendly. It's kid-friendly. And, again, the price is right. It is free next Thursday. There's no baseball game that night, so come on out to Firehouse in Grand Prairie next Thursday. It's a great opportunity. As for what I'm drinking, well, we're at Minute Maid, so I've got the OJ going.
There he goes. Eric Nadel, have a great weekend down there, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Salute. Free concert next Thursday, by the way. Stay tuned for more details on that. It is time now for the one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Let's go around the room, then to your phone calls. Polishing off my second 20-ounce Diet Coke of the day. I'm thinking Lorna Doone actually makes the best shortbread cookies you'll find. The only downside of these, Brian, is once you go Lorna Doone, no other shortbread stacks up. Nothing compares to it, Brian. What you drinking and what you think?
Well, of course, I'm never drinking anything. I need to drink more water, but I'm not doing that. What I'm thinking is I'm breaking out my swamp bucket this weekend and doing a little cooking with it. And if you don't know what the swamp bucket is, it's a device, a Cajun bucket that is food safe that you can do small batches of seafood in. So I'm going to do me some crab legs and some corn. I've never used the Cajun bucket, the swamp bucket. You plug it in, and it's got the ability to boil the water. So you put your seasonings and all that.
It's like the pellet grill of the crawfish boil.
But it's just a normal little 5-gallon bucket. So
nice.
Yeah, so we're going to do a little of that. I bought it just because I'm thinking small batches of food. I'm probably going to regret this because I probably just need to break out the big pot.
Yeah, just go big batch and let us know what time to come over.
Yeah.
You bought it for the name. That's a cool name, a Swamp Bucket.
Swamp Bucket,
cool.
yeah. Food safe, and I'll give you a scouting report on it next week.
Woolchuck, drinking, thinking?
Well, I'm dry right now. I need to go and get some more water here. I'm thinking, I don't know what the hell I said during that Football's Finest segment. I need to go back and pull the audio. I think I lost my mind there. But also, I am very confident. I've got a bet payoff on the line that the Rangers will not get swept. In fact, I believe they will win this series and take 2 of 3.
Nice. Let's go into the Pimp Cup before we get to these phone calls.
Yeah. Let's see. Walker's has a really good shortbread cookie, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't tried the one you're talking about, so I can't say it's better, but it's really good if you like those.
Yeah, this is your standard right here. Been enjoying them for years. I'm going to try that Walker's, though. Thank you.
Firehouse Gastro in Grand Prairie. Beautiful chicken sandwiches. They're so big and chunky. Oh my gosh, they're huge. Might cost you $45 though. And let me see, what am I drinking? What was this called? Watermelon water. You see, guys?
Oh, there you go. Hydration, man.
Yeah, a little watermelon water. And I'm thinking about a burrito. I want a burrito so bad, man, but I've been doing good on my little, getting my little weight down and whatnot, and looking nice and trim.
Yeah,
you are.
What do you want in the burrito?
I want everything in that damn burrito. But they say you can't eat past 7 or something like that, and we're gonna get off around that time. I'm like, damn, bro.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's such thing as a healthy burrito. Let me know.
Well, I just bought $25 worth of these Walker's shortbread cookies.
Let's
So
go. You move fast.
I'm heading the other direction.
I got a question for you, Dawson. Who is Eric Nadel's sponsor?
Tylock George Eye Care. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Well done. There he is. What he's drinking and thinking, and now it's time to take your phone calls here at 877-881-1053. We're going to start at the top with an absolute legend of the segment, Kenny in Quinlan. Welcome into 105 through the Fan, Kenny. What you drinking and what you thinking?
What up? Frozen margarita, fresh watermelon, and 2 shots of that rock and roll tequila.
I love it. What you thinking?
Shout out to my friends, the Broadus family.
Thank you, sir.
And in general, happy you're back.
That's good to be here, buddy. Thank you.
Shout out to the grandsons, Landon and Maxon. And I got a question for you on what you're thinking. Have any of you guys ever been told when you were dating a girl by the parents that you were never good enough?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What?
I mean, not about those exact words.
Hey, I'm on the radio.
Yeah, in the 1880s, a young man named Wade Morrison, he was a pharmacist, worked for an old doctor in the drugstore in Railroad Retreat, Virginia. Wade was in love with the doctor's daughter. He even courted the daughter, got really serious, had come up with a concoction, mixed several fruit juices, and invented a soft drink.
Oh.
The next day, the doctor came by, told Wade that, no, you can't see my daughter anymore. You're not good enough. I want her to marry a lawyer or a doctor like me. So Wade packed up his stuff, and he took off west. Ended up in Waco, Texas.
Made Dr.
Yeah, opened his own pharmacy. Opened his own pharmacy, dude.
Wow.
And he served this soft drink.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Okay? And he
Original name was Waco.
He invented the soft drink. He married a Texas girl, and he named the soda after his old boss, the doctor.
Dr.
So that no one would ever forget the man who told him Wade Morrison was not good enough for his daughter. The doctor's name was Dr. Pepper.
You nailed it again, Kenny. Thank you so much. It opens a line at 877-881-1053.
Missed another one.
Line 2, it's Hunter. What you drinking and what you thinking, Hunter?
I got 2 things I'm thinking. 1, I'm drinking Miller Lite, the best beer in Texas. 2, I'm thinking, why do we have Coors Light on Beer Mountain for the billboard?
Whoa.
Why is it not Miller Lite, man? What's going on with that?
It used to be.
That's a huge thing, man. That's big.
Should be
That's big. I
shinier,
got to get Jerry
yes.
Jones on that. That's big. 2, I don't know. I listened to Eric and Nate Dale. I know he's talking about how it's kind of like not. It's important, but it's not that important. But no, this is a make it or break it series right here, man. We got to sweep the Houston Astros. We've got to sweep them. We got to beat them. And I'm telling you, if we lose one of these games, I'm gonna be stressing. I really want to sweep this because I'm telling you, we're way behind. We're way behind. This is
Got that playoff feel to it.
Team, man.
Yeah.
World Series team. We're 7 games below 500. That's ridiculous.
It's a damn shame, but Young, Carter, Malley, they're on their way back. Okay? There's plenty of time to go. So I'm still feeling good, but I get the point that people are saying, hey, even if this series doesn't go your way, it's not the end of the world. This is just a glorious opportunity staring you in the face to rocket ship your comeback. And if it doesn't happen, then you have to wait. But, when you've been building momentum like this, it starts to build excitement. I don't want to go back to that sort of, oh, geez, I hope they. I want something to show for it. And with the All-Star break, starting next week, it would just be a miserable week if things don't go their way. But it won't mean it's over. Here's line 3, Rodeo Ron. You're in the G-Bag Nation, Ron. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Drinking a little bit of Jim Beam with that splash of sweet tea.
Yes, sir.
And I'm still thinking about ladies' night. So the future wife and the sister, they went out for girls' night out. Both got drunk and started walking home, and they both had to use the bathroom. So they stopped off at the cemetery to use the bathroom. Well, one used her panties to clean herself. The other one used a wreath. The next morning, I get a call from the future brother-in-law, said, no more girls' night out. My old lady came home with no panties. I said, if you think that's bad, my old lady came home with the card in her crack that read from all of us at the fire station, we will never forget you. And remember, if you're not listening to if you're not hanging out with Radio Ron, listen to 105.3 The Fan, drinking GMB. Where the
Bleep you at, baby. Yeah, let's go, Ron. Let's go. One of your finest calls ever, sir.
Yeah. That was legendary status right there.
Well delivered. Let's keep it moving. Line 4 is Big Jim. You're in the nation, Jim. How the hell are you?
Well, I'm drinking some whiskey. I can't top Kenny, and I can't top Rodeo Ron. I will say everything's going pretty good. I would say I was watching. They got this new Hard Knocks on HBO. Y'all seen this, like the off season? Let me tell you something, boys. that general manager up there in New York, Joe Schoen or whatever.
Shane.
That is the most social. Shane. Okay, well, I get in the battle with the English language, so it's okay. He's the most socially awkward dude I've ever seen in my life. And I tell you what, there ain't a damn chance that they're going to beat us this year. They are weird up there. And that coach, Dayball, I thought he was kind of he's a dork. I'd never seen anything like it before. But so it gives me a little bit of hope. I figure we'll beat old Dan. And that freaking crew up there in Philadelphia, they're weird. But anyway, I just wanted to share. Hey, one last thing, I apologize. So my cousin came down and see me. Y'all know JT. I've talked about him before. He's from Oklahoma. So we got some takeout catfish last week, and we got it home, and that stuff was not cooked good. And my little gal, though, however, she bought me one of those. You talking about your swamp bucket, Brian?
Yes,
I got
sir.
one of these air fryers.
Yes,
I never
sir.
really used an air fryer.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, fellas. We took that catfish, and we put it in that air fryer, put it in there for about 4 minutes. Did you know it? I almost said a
Best
word.
ever.
That stuff got good and crispy. It was good.
Good. Crispy, baby.
Lucius has sold me. Yeah. Lucius sold me on it. Yeah.
Crack the code, Jim.
Well,
have a great weekend.
love you, boys.
Love
Have a
you,
good
Jim.
one.
Thank
There he
you.
goes.
Yeah, I cook all my meals on the air fryer. Steak, ribs, fried things, fried pork chops. I go crazy on the air fryer, bro.
I love getting extra spicy chicken sandwiches from Chick-fil-A, and the next day I heat it back up in the air fryer.
Look at that.
It's better than it was fresh.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
X-Man, line 5, what you drinking, what you thinking?
Hey, man, I'm drinking that Centenario tequila with some Diet Sprite, trying to watch the figure like Lucius Alexander.
Here you go.
And my nickname in high school was Crispy, bro. So I feel that last call.
Nice.
What I'm thinking, though, is that just like you said about rocket shipping to where we need to be as far as the Rangers go, we're about to make the Astros look silly, rocket ship our way to where we want to go, take all these games, and make sure we eat their bags. I mean, we're going to eat their lunch. We're going to be okay. We're going to propel to where we need to go, man. I believe in them. We're going to do all right.
I like it.
Just
that
like
call.
Magic Man and El Diablo. Shake and bake. We got a slingshot engaged.
Yes.
What you're looking at this week. One more. It's Ash on line 7. What you drinking? What you thinking, Ash?
What up, fellas? Thank you so much for taking the call. I just got done crushing some Dos Equis at the Garland on the border. So
There
shout
you
out
go.
to my bartenders. Yeah. Manny and Troy. Shout out to those boys. But what I'm thinking, kind of like these other callers, we got a pivotal weekend series with these Astros coming up, and I don't know. We're not going to get swept. We're not going to sweep them. I'm out on that. But I'm thinking one of these two teams is going to go 2-1 over these next 3 days. If that is the Rangers, if that is us, and we're up on these guys. I'm hearing talks about Pete Alonso at first base. Want to get you guys' thoughts on that. But I've also heard it the other way around, too. If they go 2-1, they're looking for a bat at first baseman. I'm not super huge Pete Alonso guy because of the average, but we can't let these guys have this guy. Like we got to do something. So if it's not Pete Alonso, if we go 2-1 over these next 3 games, what is the front office willing to do realistically to make this team back to where we were last year?
That's a great question. We will ask Jared Sandler, our Rangers expert, that question and more coming up at 6 o'clock with the pregame at 6:30. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, though, where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
All right, you squares.
Time you smoke. That's weed. That's weed. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast. That's weed. That's weed.
That's the damn wrong button.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. They're all half buzzed out.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish dominance quickly.
Man, that's a real thing, man.
That is a real thing.
That's a real thing. LA Live for Friday, July 12th, 2024. It's a Freestyle Friday here in LA Live, which is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. Don't crash out this weekend, man. Listen to that weekend warning. I say this every Friday, and then I wake up on Saturday morning and I check DFW. What's the name of that site on Instagram? DFW
Dallas TV.
Dallas TV. I'm getting it mixed up with DFW Scanner, which I also follow.
Scanner's good too.
Scanner's good too, and it shows you all these bad situations. And I'm like, clearly those guys are not Tolos. I tell them every Friday, don't do this. And here they are crashing out. Avoid the law dogs this weekend. The life you save may be your own. Plus, we have visitors in town, the All-Star game and whatnot. Here's another weekend warning of another kind. How much do you trust your plug? Now, this is coming out of New York, but that means if it's happening in New York, it's happening everywhere. That package that says, man, this is some Cali bud, might not be Cali bud, cuz.
At least 50 pounds of marijuana flower stashed behind a blacked-out storefront in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn. We were there as the New York City sheriff sifted through over $1 million worth of marijuana in all different forms as they busted the unlicensed cannabis shop Tuesday. But what's most significant here, the sheriff says, is the printing press, making colorful and misleading cartoon packages.
Them packages that you think, man, this is a real deal Holyfield. I'm getting something that's, maybe from a dispensary or something. No, made in somebody's back room.
Labels are indicating, one, that it's from California, which it's not, and two, it's also the kids' packaging, which is what endangers our communities right now.
Sheriff Anthony Miranda says this printer is a clear indication that this location distributes unregistered and untaxed pot to unlicensed shops around the city.
Now here's the craziest part.
Also recovered chemicals used to flavor marijuana.
The illicit market, when they're mixing the chemicals into the flower product, people are no longer smoking cannabis. They are smoking the chemicals that are being mixed into it.
They have this printing press that makes it look like it's from a legal dispensary in California, but actually it's not, and they're putting chemicals that we don't even know what's on it there.
That's correct.
Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Like I said, how much do you trust your plug? Because you never underestimate the other guy's greed. It's rule number 5, I think.
Yeah, it'll get you, man. That's just terrifying. I feel like we've gone around and around with this kind of stuff, and if you can't trust a bag of the Marihucci to be, the real deal from Mother Earth, and I don't know what to make of that world. It's a world I don't understand, Lucius.
What are we spraying things on there? It's already good as it is. It's already made fire as it is. Just grow it right. Where's your botany? Do your botany thing on it.
Do your botany.
Do your botany thing.
Come on,
man. You know
it.
what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. Well, that's just another weekend warning of another kind. So be careful out there. Do you trust your plug?
At least that K2's not out there anymore. Man. That was crazy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's
killing people and making them lose their mind and stuff.
Yeah, go into the emergency room just because you smoked the J. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Wow. Facebook is a hell of a place. And you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, okay? Our winner right here is Mr. Eric Chiafalo, standing on business. He says, when making a long-term decision, check out the ankles.
I think the key is you always got to look. Like, you could just tell by the ankles. Big guy, smaller ankles, we're good here. It actually goes even with the ladies as well. Like, you're a bigger body, but then you get down to the ankles. You can start projecting out. Just look at her ankles, and we'll tell you what she's going to look like in 15 years. That's just a fact of the matter. If you want to know how big if a big guy can move, just look at his ankles, man. You look at his ankles. I got a big guy, thin ankles. This is a guy that's probably got some athleticism. So if he's got cankle-type ankles, this is a guy who's probably heavy-footed.
So what you're telling me is you look for the same traits in elite offensive linemen that you look that you look for in women that you would like to get with.
Oh, gosh.
When you're projecting out, not get with. This is the settle down type. I want to know what we're looking at in 15 years.
Don't they say look at the mom too with the women?
Look at the mom for sure. But specifically, look at the mom's ankles. I think he's scouting athleticism there, right?
He is.
Because if you get a combination of like a strong glute, big quad, solid hips, and those tiny ankles, those are your most explosive movers.
Yep, that's
it.
And
it's crazy how that works. You would think that the small ankles would leave you like prone to breaking down or getting hurt or rolling your ankle, but there's something fast about them.
Yeah.
Look at racehorses.
Yeah.
Thin ankles. Yeah.
Broadus was right about the bow-legged, too.
Yeah.
My brother bow-legged. Fast as hell. Fast as hell. Especially you take them shoes off. Y'all getting smoked, bro.
Will run you down.
Y'all getting smoked. He's fast as hell.
You know what throws me off is the pigeon-toed guy who can fly.
Yeah.
That's
dude,
crazy.
How do you get the ball of your foot in position there to drive?
How does it happen? You're big butt, knock-kneed, and pigeon-toed, but you're fast as hell. I don't get it, bro. Let's see here. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Freestyle Friday. Only had a few more minutes left for you, but let's get some news bloopers in real quick. We have a bird that jumps on a reporter's head as he's reporting live from the zoo.
The Frankfurt Parks Department says they just... Oh, what the?
What the?
Yeah, it's funny. They caught some vandals in Detroit. They were going around spray painting things and spelling what they were painting wrong. They had the words all wrong.
Oh, no.
It's caught up on some news now. A suspected vandal facing charges after allegedly leaving Beavis and Butthead graffiti all over Detroit. My goodness. I was not.
That laugh. That laugh.
Brian Heron calls himself Beavis. Spelled B-V-I-S. I'm so sorry.
Anyway.
What would Beavis and Butthead graffiti look like? Hey, butt munch.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Yeah, keep it up. As long as it don't look bad. You know what I'm saying? Keep it up there.
I am Cornholio.
Yeah. I need TP. Man, I used to love that.
Me too.
Oh, my God. They'd be like, yeah, dude, Judas Piece rules. This rocks. I love that. Let's see what we got right here. Oh, we have a reporter that just found out why they call a dung beetle a dung beetle.
Oh.
A dung beetle working hard. Look at him pushing. Is that what is that he's pushing? A rock?
Nope, that would be a ball of dung. Leslie.
A ball of dung.
It's a big old ball of poopy.
That's some dung.
Yeah, they like to live in the elephant patties, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
it's a popular segment on the Natural Geographic.
The dung beetles.
Yeah. Whenever you get a show about Mother Earth's mysteries, dung beetle's going to make an appearance once you get to the Sahara.
You should have seen the video. My man had a big old pile of S. Just pushing that around.
Pushing that dung.
Big old pile of S. Yeah. I don't know if you guys seen this at all. News reporter, he's a sports reporter, Fox 19 in Cincinnati. Baby, if you've ever wondered. He paid off a bet. He put his foot in his mouth, but he paid off the bet, wrapped himself in aluminum foil. Looked like the Tin Man on television.
All right. No. So this was my view late Saturday night at Wrigley. It's pouring down rain, no break in the forecast, and my sarcasm got the best of me. If they play this game, because you can see Reynolds Wrap is the sponsor of the tarp, if they play this game, I will wrap my entire body in Reynolds Wrap for my next TV hit. After a 3-hour and 20-minute delay, they played the game in the pouring rain. So here I am 4 days later, foiled by my own tweet. I am a man of my word. Somebody tag Awful Announcing. And thanks, producer Kiera and Issa. You killed it. The outfit's amazing. I mean, look at this. Look at this. I'm the Tin Man.
He did it. Look those photos up if you can find it. That is Fox 19 in Cincinnati, the sports reporter. What else we got right here for you boys? We get a little Larry June going. Hold on. Now, on my way in this morning after I left the gym, I seen lots of charter vans on the charter buses, charter buses on the highways. A lot of them going towards Arlington.
Right.
Ooh, yeah.
HBCU buses.
Playing baseball.
I seen Texas Southern's bus.
Yeah.
That means I probably seen Texas Southern's band.
Yeah.
Headed to the Swingman Classic out there. Battle of the Bands is going to happen there as well. One of the greatest trombone players that has ever lived popped up in my head when I heard that they were going to have the Battle of the Bands out there in Arlington. His name is Will Bilal. At the time, he was at an HBCU, Benedict College, down there in South Carolina. The Band of Distinction, if you will. Chef's kiss. Band of Distinction. He got busy on this Al Jarreau Classic, and we're just going to sit back and we're going to enjoy this before we close out the show, guys. It's a trombone, bro.
Yeah.
Never heard a trombone sound like this.
Quick.
What? I think it's on a saxophone.
Right?
And a trumpet.
Man, I've never heard a boy. He poured the soul out of that trombone, man. Battle Band should be awesome tonight because I'm pretty sure you're going to hear some They Not Like Us. They Not Like Us coming out of those bands.
Yeah, we'd be doing a lot of solos if that guy was in the band those 4 years.
Yeah.
One-man band. Yeah, one-man band.
Take it away.
Yeah, take it away, Will. All right, man. Y'all be safe out there. Please, I do not want to see you on DFW Scanner or Dallas, Texas TV in a compromising situation, nor do I want to see myself on there, all right? Lord willing, the creek don't rise, and I mean the body of water. That's my time.
There he goes, Lucius Alexander, LA Live every night about 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Jared Sandler will join us to go around the bases, brought to you by Uber Eats. Coming up next, Rangers pregame at 6:30. Let's talk about Men's T Clinic. For 10 years, the authority for testosterone replacement therapy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRLD Sports Station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 5 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30 as they resume their Silver Boot rivalry. Eric Nadel joined us 30 minutes ago, and I think just you can feel the excitement and the opportunity right now to make a huge statement. Jared Sandler's going to join us. We have a proper round tripper. It's brought to you by Uber Eats, and with more on that, here's Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, well, shout out to Paul Skenes, man. Paul Skenes has been selected as the National League starter for the All-Star game, and he's been absolutely brilliant. I mean, for a rookie to get this done. Now, yesterday we were discussing, hey, I mean, were they going to leave him in there for his no-hitter? He was interviewed afterwards on, I believe it was the MLB Network. He was talking about, like, that was all part of the plan. He knew that he had a certain amount of pitches. They didn't want him to cross over, but it's going to be pretty badass to see Paul Skenes get the nod here. I think Major League Baseball is doing the right thing. I think it's going to add excitement. And it was pretty cool. Torey Lovullo, who called in to, I think it was Foul Territory. Like, he was on getting interviewed. Was it not? What show was it on?
Dan Patrick.
Dan Patrick, that's right. And he tells him he's going to be the all-star starter. Yeah. So a pretty sweet moment for Paul Skenes there to get told that he's going to end up starting for the National League. But I'm pumped, man. I mean, obviously, I know Corey was predicting an immaculate inning. I don't know that that's going to happen. But regardless, it's going to be awesome to see him get to match up against some of the best in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, you got to love it, what he's doing, and I think it's just a no-brainer for Major League Baseball to allow him to be the starter. It gives you the entire day to talk about it and build anticipation and try to get that audience locked in. Hopefully it's a great game, and I think a lot of times you're rooting for offense, but there's no doubt the entire world's going to be rooting for 3 straight strikeouts and a continuation of the legend that is Paul Skenes, as Jared Sandler joins us now here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Jared, we were talking about Paul and trying to come up with a comparison. I know there's been a number of great pitchers to come through over the years. I think, the hype might take me back to the mid-'80s with Doc Gooden. I think, 10 years plus ago, 12 years, the Strasburg thing was fantastic. Kerry Wood was great with his 20 strikeout game as a rookie, but I don't know. When was the last time like a rookie actually lived up to the hype or has been this great?
Yeah, well, I mean, in this short of a spurt, obviously to the extent Paul Skenes has done it, very few, if any, right? You know, all the different numbers over X amount of starts and accomplishing this and accomplishing that. I would say, Strasburg's first start was pretty ridiculous. I think he had double-digit strikeouts, maybe the teens, right? I forget. But, he had injury right away. So that killed the momentum. I remember I was, I want to say I was like 7 or 8 years old, but Kerry Wood, that was a huge deal. And then for him to have the 20 strikeout game was, absurd against the Astros. But yeah, I don't know, Gavin. I mean, I'm thinking about pitchers in the past who have come up with a lot of hype, and it's not to say others haven't been good. You mentioned Garrett Cole. Maybe I'm making that up. Did someone say Garrett Cole?
I don't think
no. But Garrett Cole being a fellow Pirate,
he was the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't until he went to Houston, and Houston figured out how to actually use him that he became, one of the 3 to 5 best pitchers in baseball, right? And Garrett Cole came in with a ton of hype. But I think 2 things. One, Paul Skenes' success is big. I think it also is kind of an illustration of one of the challenges baseball deals with. And we got the draft coming up Sunday. You typically draft a guy, and it takes multiple years before they become a major leaguer. And so any sort of momentum a college player might generate dies in that, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like, oh, yeah, I do remember him. He did pitch. Yeah, he pitched for LSG. He threw hard, right? Yeah. Think about Kumar Rocker. Now, some of it's injury related, but Kumar Rocker is not going to have nearly the same hype around him now that it's going to be multiple years removed. Well, Paul Skenes moved quickly. It was less than a year from when he was drafted to when he was a major leaguer. And guys are starting to move through systems quicker, but that's one of the challenges that baseball has, that the NFL doesn't have that. If you're going to be the first overall pick, you're probably playing right away. Now, if you're a left tackle, that might not be super exciting, but you're going to be out there. If you're a quarterback, very rarely does a first-round quarterback not start right away unless they suck, right? The ones who get drafted in the first round who suck might not start right away, right? Yeah. Sam Howell, first-round pick, he sucks, right? Yeah. No one cares. But if you're a stud in the NBA or the NFL, you go right away. Well, that's one of the cool things I think about Paul Skenes, that he's going right away and he is going at a high level. And I don't mean this in a silly way. I maybe have talked to you guys about this, but the Livy Dunn stuff's real too. It's not Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, right? I'm not saying shit, but
it's
Livy
adding
Dunn's
eyeballs.
a huge deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And it's a poor man's version of that. But I think that's huge for the sport too. And I hope that they stay together because they love each other and it's what's meant to be. But I also hope that if that is the case, that they stay together because Livy Dunn will help raise the profile of the sport. And, baseball needs all it can get right now. I don't mean to go on another tangent, but the home run derby, it's not that the baseball has bad home run hitters in the home run derby. It's not like the slam dunk contest where it's like, who the heck's this guy? Teoscar Hernandez has been one of the best home run hitters in baseball. Same with Marcell Ozuna. But gosh, I wish that, and I'm pro player on just about everything, but with this, I just kind of wish that more players understood that there needs to be a little bit of a partnership and a buy-in. But they hate the owners. And so they're not going to do that. They don't care as much because that's not a good relationship. But man, it would be nice if there was just a little more star power in the home run derby. And so Paul Skenes starting the All-Star game, I think, is the right decision, both from a marketing the game standpoint, and also, frankly, the guy deserves it. He's been unbelievable.
And to circle back, it was 14 strikeouts for Strasburg in his debut against the Pirates.
And he was a huge deal. I remember when he was at San Diego State. It was a big deal. But I don't know that it was as big of a deal. Now, social media, TikTok wasn't around, right? Steven Strasburg was more quiet, reserved. He wasn't dating Livy Dunn. All these things play a role, but the fact that Paul Skenes is living up to it, I think, is awesome.
I did want to circle back because we had that question during what you're drinking, what you're thinking. I don't know that the Rangers are really in the market for Pete Alonso, who will be competing in the home run derby, but I have seen chatter. I think it was Jim Bowden that put out there, and I've heard Christian Walker's name now for weeks being linked to the Astros, that they are definitely in the market to try and add a first baseman.
Yeah, and the Pete Alonso thing, what you're drinking, what you're thinking, I don't know why the Mets would trade him. They're in it, right?
Yeah, now they're right back in the wild card
how's
race.
that going to work for David Stearns, in the Big Apple if you're selling when you're in it, especially a guy who is beloved like Pete Alonso? I think the Astros definitely are in the market to upgrade. And I said this last year, and they tapped into every last resource they have, but their farm system stinks.
Yeah.
And so I'm just not sure if there's a big market for Christian Walker. I don't know that they're going to be able to go over the top to win a deal. Maybe they will, right? And maybe there's not a big market for Christian Walker. But, I do think the Astros can upgrade at first base. Obviously, the Jose Abreu experiment when Jeff Bagwell was trying to play general manager, which was nice and cute, that obviously didn't work out. But they still have a really good lineup. And it is still a good team. And the guy who's starting for them tonight is a huge part of it because their rotation is ravaged. But Hunter Brown, take away his last start. Hunter Brown's last start was his worst of the season. Prior to that, 5 starts prior, he was just about as unhittable as Paul Skenes was.
Have the walks been an issue for him, though?
Yeah, the walks, yes, they have been at times, but he doesn't give up hits. Now, again, you look at most recent start, season high 12 hits allowed against the Twins, that notwithstanding. 5 starts prior to that, opponents were hitting like 165 against him. He's striking guys out. When he came up, he was like baby Verlander. That's what people said. He grew up a Tigers fan in Detroit or the Detroit area, and there were so many striking similarities, and he just did not get off to a good start this year, but he's a young pitcher, and it seems like he's starting to find his rhythm. So the Astros are a good team. Their lineup is really good. I don't think they're as good as they've been in years past, but right now they're sitting ahead of the Rangers somewhat comfortably, and they're going to be ahead of the Rangers by multiple games unless the Rangers sweep them, and even still they'll be in second place come All-Star break. So, I can't sit here and say that they're not good. I just don't think they've got the ceiling that past Astros teams have had.
Well, and I don't know how Jose Altuve's even playing. I mean, I thought he needed to rest that hand of his.
Yeah, it seems like since the trash can stuff, he just doesn't like going and getting booed and
can't look guys in the eye.
Shout out to Marcus Semien, your starter, buddy.
Hard to go into that clubhouse, I think. Jared's Ranger preview is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, and we're back with more here in the nation.
RJ Chop here for my good friends over at BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. That's right. Are you looking to get back in the saddle and give her the good stuff? If you have ED, if you have been suffering from ED, chewables from Blue Chew. Same active ingredients as those other pills, only in a chewable form at a fraction.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Your local experts for over 30 years. DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Jared's Ranger preview continues, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. As Jared continues now, pregame coming up in 12 minutes. How much have the Astros corrected their course and they're back to being a contender at this point, Jared? Now above 500, had the big winning streak a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, no, they're definitely they're back. I don't look at them as having the fifth gear like they've had in the past. So anything can happen. I don't look at them right now. Take the anything can happen reality aside. I don't look at them and see them as better than Baltimore. I frankly don't see them better than Seattle. The Yankees are just in a bad way, but I think if they get right, I don't see them better than the Yankees, and I don't see them better than the Guardians. With that said, in a series, anything can happen. Pitching gets hot. I think what is scary is just they still have a really good lineup, and they've had guys step up. Like Jeremy Pena was awful last year. He's back to being a good hitter. Mauricio Dubon fits really well in that lineup because they got a lot of guys who will strike out, but he doesn't. And so, one of the things we talked about when the Rangers were struggling offensively was that the lineup's just not connected. There's not a flow to it. I know we think of it as 9 individuals, and it really doesn't matter. You get your best 9 out there, and to some degree, there's truth to that. But you need a balance in certain areas. And so when you have a free swinger who strikes out a lot, you get Jose Altuve goes through spurts at times, Yordan Alvarez, what have you. Jake Myers will strike out a lot, but Mauricio Dubon doesn't. And so those guys all balance each other out. And then it's not the most athletic group in the world, but there's still some athleticism, and they got a number of guys who will steal bases, who kind of help them on the bases. And that complements a Yordan Alvarez, who's not really, it's not that he's a bad base runner. He's just big, and he's not going to go first to home a lot. He's not going to go, it's not a guarantee second to home on a base hit to the outfield type of guy. So they've got a good balance and mix in that regard. And the other guy I haven't mentioned who's really turned things around is Alex Bregman. He was horrendous the first 6 weeks, and he's been really good since.
Jared, which team has the better bullpen? And it was very early in the campaign where they were really struggling with their ability, handing the ball off to their relievers. And then it seems like that things have kind of turned around. Do the Rangers have any advantage with the way that they close games, or do the Astros, if it gets down to that, still have an advantage?
No, Astros definitely have the better bullpen. Now, their bullpen hasn't been as lights out as it's been in the past, but Josh Hader's had an interesting year. Got off to a slow start. He hasn't been very good in non-save spots, but he's been really good in save spots. I don't recall the numbers, but I think he's saved 15 or 16 straight chances.
Yeah.
Ryan Presley was another guy who got off to a really rough start. He had a bad outing against the Rangers.
Right.
I think he's been really good here over the last few weeks. So, he's sort of righted the ship. So, yeah, they've got a better bullpen, but it's not invincible like it's been in the past.
Sure.
It's undoubtedly a better group right now.
Well, Presley was a closer now, right? Is he the bridge to get it to the ninth, or are they still using him in the closer
No,
role?
he's not the closer, and he was the setup guy, and then he had a really rough start to the season.
Yeah.
He still kind of is more or less that guy, but they've got options, right? They got Brian Abreu, they got Rafael Montero, they got a guy who's had a great year, Taylor Scott, who to some degree came out of nowhere, bounced around. He is in camp with the Rangers and in the minors with the Rangers years and years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He's bounced around since, and he's had a nice year. Some people think that Taylor Scott should be an all-star. So they just have more depth. It's not that, Hader is a more imposing reliever than Kirby Yates, right? There's more of an intimidation. But Kirby Yates has, without question, been the better reliever. Kirby Yates and Emmanuel Clase have been the two best relievers in baseball. And you could maybe you want to compare David Robertson to their eighth inning guy.
Sure.
But it's the depth, right? It's when you get to the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth reliever, that's where I think the Astros have the advantage.
Even if you lose this series, how good are you feeling on Monday about what's going to happen post All-Star break with this team getting healthy?
Guys, I'm not big on this game or this series is super meaningful more than any other, I do think this series has meaning.
Yeah.
I think you got to convince ownership that it's worth buying. And I think it's very reasonable to think that if you don't win this series and you lose ground on the Astros and probably lose more ground on the Mariners, depending on what happens with them, that would be a tough sell. You come out of the break with Baltimore.
Yeah.
Right? And then you get the White Sox, right? But
decisions could be made
in the
next 10 days. Yeah.
And you could dig a hole. It just, I think there is something, if you take 2 of 3 this series, even if you drop 2 or 3 to Baltimore, there's something about, hey, well, we just took 2 or 3 against Houston. We like, you know what I mean?
But played 3 or 4 against the Orioles and played well, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
no, that's right. I'm just saying you don't want to bank on the fact that you're going to beat the best team in the American League.
Right.
2 out of, I mean, you should, hopefully, but
yeah.
I think that there's a little something to this series.
Great stuff as always, Jared. Thank you so much. Pregame's coming up here at 6:30. A huge Silver Boot series for the ages. I mean, it is a grind, but you can definitely tell from everybody involved that covers this team, this is different. Thanks to Lucius and the Pimp Cup. Thanks to Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and Zach Wolchuk, of course. The Chief will be back on Monday. For Brian Broaddus, I'm Gavin Dawson. You're going home with the G-Bag Nation, Eddies.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa.